Meeting open, council meeting of the 29th of April, and advise everyone that we are recording this meeting and it's being also streamed live on YouTube. So for the purposes of the communication of the meeting, if you wouldn't mind just waiting for me to announce you before you speak, and also request that mobile devices be turned off or put to silent. I note that there are no apologies and no leave of absence, so we have a full house. And I will start with an acknowledgement to country in recognition of the deep history and culture of this place at Hobart, Nipaluna. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Muanina people, who the clan didn't survive colonisation, but luckily for us, the Tasmanian Aboriginal community, the Palawa, remain the ongoing custodians of the land upon which we're meeting. So I'd like to acknowledge their role in our city's culture and thank them for their leadership on a range of issues. Item 2 is confirmation of minutes, which is the meeting from the 19th of March.
So
moved by...
There is actually something to be changed in there.
Just a moment, I'll just wait till they're moved first. So moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Comment from Alderman Bloomfield.
In the question section, there was a comment that I had said brown paper bag.
Would you mind standing for now? I think we might be changing our rules around that, but for now, that's ours.
Okay, so there was a comment made that I had said that there was a brown paper bag donations. That was never said when you look back through the video.
Okay.
I know it came from some notes.
What item was that in?
I think it was 19.
That's been noted as deleting proposal to accept the minutes with the deletion of the comments about brown paper bags, was it? Okay. Councillor Coates.
Can I move that we defer the confirmation of the previous meeting's minutes till next meeting so we can get this cleared up?
You can, or I think you can put a deferral motion at any time, but we can also just vote on an amendment to the minutes. That's sort of what we generally do rather than deferring. But if you want to defer, that's up to you.
Oh, open to the lawyers. Councillor Bloomfield, if there's errors in the minutes, I would suggest that perhaps we get the full, accurate copy of the record, then vote on that.
Sorry, Councillor Coates, did you want to move a deferral?
I'm happy to be guided by the Councillor Bloomfield.
If I may.
Yes, Alderman.
We have in the past actually taken the minutes and without that relevant section and approved the minutes, and that matter comes back at the next meeting. So that could be the deferral, that the minutes are approved other than item X,
yeah,
and that comes back.
Checking on that one. Okay, so how does that sound as a motion, Councillor Harvey?
That's fine.
Okay, so the minutes be approved, and Councillor Dutta is the second. Are you happy with that?
Yep.
The minutes be approved apart from the checking and amending of the item raised by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Transfer of agenda items. Were there any items for transfer either on the open or the closed? There being none, we don't need to do that. So moving on to communications from the Chair, and I do have two very important communications that I'd like to speak about. Firstly, just to congratulate and welcome our newest councillor, Councillor Gemma Kitsos, and just extend our very warm welcome and congratulations to you in being elected. And I'm sure that you'll bring a really professional and passionate voice to the table, and we wish you all the very best in the remainder of your term. So thank you for and acknowledging this special first meeting of yours. The second item that I wanted to speak about was just to thank Councillor Helen Burnett, who I notice is in the audience tonight, member for Clark now of the Legislative Assembly of the Tasmanian Parliament, and just to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here tonight on your new role in the Tasmanian Parliament, and really just to make a few comments about your work here at Council. You've been an integral part of the City of Hobart, or the Council, Hobart City Council, from 2005, so nearly 20 years, until earlier this month. And so that very long commitment to our city is really noted and very welcome. Helen served as Deputy Lord Mayor from 2009 to 2011, and again from 2018 to 2024. And she has been an advocate on many issues during her term, including stronger regional collaboration on climate change planning, and also the protection of Kunyanya and Mount Wellington from inappropriate development. Councillor Burnett, or former Councillor Burnett, also led the work to protect the view lines, city view lines and heritage through clearer height limits in the CBD, as well as her work advocating for differential rates for the owners of short stay accommodation, as a way to reduce the conversion of long-term rentals to holiday rentals, which has been such a big issue in Hobart. She's also been very passionate for many years about improving infrastructure for cycling in the city, including the soon-to-be opened Campbell Street bike lanes and the bike lanes that were installed in Sandy Bay in 2014, I think. Former Councillor Burnett was also instrumental in improving the health and wellbeing of Hobart residents and visitors by limiting exposure to a smoking environment through a 2020 ban on smoking in the CBD, as well as banning smoking in indoor dining and drinking areas on land managed by the City of Hobart. In addition to her significant contributions as Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Burnett served on numerous city committees, including being chair of the Planning Committee for many years, the City Infrastructure Committee, the Future Hobart Portfolio Committee and the Southern Tasmanian Councils Authority. Helen's election to the Tasmanian House of Assembly is a mark of her community leadership and the trust with which many members of the Hobart community have in her and her advocacy for issues of concern to the community. Helen worked incredibly hard as Deputy Lord Mayor over the past 5 years, and I've really appreciated working with her. And I know that as Member for Clark, she intends to bring all of the knowledge she's gained here at Council to advocate for those issues in the State Parliament, including on issues such as homelessness and affordable housing, climate change and transport, as well as being the Greens portfolio holder for local government. I think so she'll be a voice for local government in the Parliament. So on behalf of all of the elected members around the table and the organisation, we'd like to thank you very much, former Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Helen Burnett, and we wish you all the best in your new role. Okay, so item 5 is the notification of council workshops, and the workshops that we've had in this period include one on the 25th of March, which was on Climate Ready Hobart update and the rating and valuation strategy review. On the 8th of April, a workshop on 2024-25 budget development and transport strategy and parking plan. And the 15th of April on informing the climate strategy and governance changes. And finally, the 22nd of April, the North Hobart Neighbourhood Structure Plan. So item 6 of our agenda is public question time. Were there any public questions? And any public questions from the floor? There being none, we'll move on to petitions, which is item 7. Are there any petitions?
No, Lord Mayor.
No petitions. And supplementary items, I don't think there are any. No. Item 9 of our agenda is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Do any elected members wish to indicate an interest in any item appearing on the open council agenda? There being none, we will move on now to item 10, which is the appointment of Deputy Lord Mayor. And I'll just ask the CEO to outline the steps that we need to take procedurally.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So under the regulations, we need to first appoint an elected member to preside who is not a candidate for the Deputy Lord Mayor. So that's the first decision. It would then be a decision to suspend standing orders to enable us to undertake the vote. The procedure for the vote is outlined in the report, so I won't go through that in detail, and we've been through that previously. We would then obviously announce the outcome of the vote, and then resume standing orders, and then basically make the decision to appoint the Deputy Lord Mayor as per the vote. So,
given I'm not a candidate, would anyone like to move that I stay here running the process?
That the Lord Mayor be chair.
Moved by Councillor Dutta, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye.
Lord Mayor, I think we need to suspend the standing orders. No? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, what are we choosing you for?
Just to preside over this process. Yeah.
Not to invigilate.
What was that?
Not the invigilator.
Not counting the
Not
votes.
scrutiny,
No,
yep.
just literally running this bit here.
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Now I need another motion to suspend standing orders.
I move that we suspend the standing orders. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta, seconded by Alderman Zuko. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Now the other step we need to take is to hear from the candidates. So I might just invite the CEO to just remind us of the nominations, and then I'll invite each of the candidates to speak. We've allocated 3 minutes. If you go a little bit over, we won't mind, but we'll pull you up a bit after 3 minutes, no more than that.
So thanks, Lord Mayor. So yeah, 3 minutes. We have 4 candidates. Have you got the list for alphabetical order there? You can pass for me, please. Thank you. So, we should probably just hear in alphabetical order. So it'll be Alderman Louise Bloomfield, followed by Councillor Will Coates, and then Councillor Sherlock, and then Alderman Zuko in terms of speaking order, so 3 minutes each.
Okay, I'll invite Alderman Bloomfield to speak to her nomination.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wanted to start first with a concept that was inspired by Councillor Elliott's debate some time ago, and that's voting with the concept of merit on the argument. As a Liberal Party member, it's a singular asset I cling to. Frankly though, voting on merit only works if the doors are open. Some of you may have arrived already knowing who you wish to vote for, and I only ask that you give every candidate tonight the respect of leaving that door just ajar enough to listen and consider their argument first before choosing your vote. I'd now like to go on to explain how I see the role of Deputy Lord Mayor, why I'd like to be Deputy Lord Mayor, and how electing me will affect each of you personally. The role I see is a supportive role for the Lord Mayor, and it's a leadership role for the rest of the elected members. It is a listening role rather than a media-focused role, and I'm aware it can result in my opinion being made smaller, with less effect to the benefit of everyone else. It requires guidance with humbleness and maturity. It represents this room to the rest of the community, and as such must be gentle, even-handed and eloquent. We want to shine to the rest of the world. And our chambers should operate on trust, and only by supporting each other can we all rise and give the very best to Hobart City itself. Why would I like to be the Deputy Lord Mayor? It's because I believe I possess the qualities needed to deliver the role as just described. I've much experience of running meetings, listening and supporting others. And one of the tenets I ran on was to deliver a calm and respectful room. And that's a gift I would love to deliver to you all. And it is a way forward that delivers to the ratepayers an effective leadership team who can maximise results. Now, Zoom is great for gathering information, but poor for direct engagement. The role of Deputy Lord Mayor cannot reasonably be accomplished unless you're prepared to be physically present. And honestly, Helen Burnett, when she had the role, demonstrated that amply, and I would be adhering to a similar approach. I also intend to increase in-chamber trust, such when I'm asked an opinion, I'm going to supply it. It might not be what I eventually vote as, but it should be able to supply guidance, and we should be looking to guide each other with the research needed to fact find and do our jobs. How else will it affect each of you? I promise to listen to each one of you, no matter the difference of opinion, and support you in your proactive and positive goals. You may also appreciate I work many hours and do many engagements, but I'll always ensure elected members are given opportunities to represent also the Hobart City Council. I promise to deliver you a respectful chamber of debate and push back on any personal attacks or other behaviour not befitting of an elected member. And I will supply for all of us the message to the community, most importantly, that we are not just a green council, but a council of many colours, thoughts and balanced reason. And I hope to support you all in delivering the best Hobart City Council that we've had in some years. So please elect me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Bloomfield. So now I'll call on Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, my fellow colleagues, an outstanding opportunity exists with this important appointment to make a difference and to show our community true leadership. We are what we are seen to be. It is inevitable that with our allegiances, we are viewed as a leadership group of many colours and beliefs. The perception of a divided council is the community's reality on which we will fall to be judged. It was with my vision of this leadership group, us, being united tonight under one banner of solidarity that I nominated to be your Lord Mayor, your Deputy Lord Mayor. We have, of course, differing views on so many issues, and although the community wants and expects us to show true leadership, it is right that we can hold these views differently. But how better than to have a council tonight united behind a Lord Mayor and a new Deputy Lord Mayor who is dedicated to serving the whole community, no matter our colour or our creed. I put myself forward as this person and would see it as a distinct honour to represent you if elected and the community. I'm aware the time demands this role undertake to immediately scale back my other activities to make sure this would be my priority. I do want to speak about what will continue to be the biggest issue for this community for the rest of this term of council, and that is the dilemma of UTAS, a cascading series of poor leadership and judgment which has created division and angst in our community. Influencing outcomes for the benefit of all in the community is what we should be about. I firmly believe that us as a council has a mission to be powerfully advanced with our advocacy and to work with UTAS to put forward the community's view to make sure that we get the best outcome for the community. As your Deputy Mayor, I stand willing and able to work with all of the elected members to represent the community's view, to be a strong advocate with UTAS to ensure that the decisions that are made in the next few years are for the benefit of the whole community and for Hobart. We cannot risk this. Colleagues, I commit to you that I will give you everything I have if elected in this role and would seek your guidance and personal support, and I seek that tonight. And finally, while it may be easy to simply vote with a colour or allegiance, I believe that individual responsibility, our oath to commit to serve in the best interests of the community, means that sometimes we need to look at the best outcome, and that I represent the opportunity to get the best outcome. We have two major constituencies that we need to deal with, two major stakeholders, and they are the state government and the University of Tasmania. And I believe I do stand in a good stead to be able to represent you with those groups to get better outcomes for the community. That is the leadership that we need, and I'm seeking your support. Thank you.
Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to say, firstly, thank you very much to our former Deputy Lord Mayor, Helen Burnett, and for her commitment to our community. I'd also like to thank my fellow colleagues who have put their hands up today to nominate, and I wish you the absolute best of luck. The past 7 months have been a difficult one for me, but one of the things that has brought me joy is the work that I've been able to do on council. Listening to community concerns, attending workshops, in person or online, being part of community events and ceremonies, reading planning reports as well as council reports. It's provided me with a space to focus on a role that I'm extremely passionate about. And being a representative for the community is a responsibility that I thoroughly enjoy. Council represents a microcosm of the society in which we live. All of us represent the various different pockets within our community, and that is a beautiful thing. Most of you around the table I have a great relationship with. I'm able to speak with you in a tally room and say hello. I can send you messages when I have IT problems. I can sit across from you in the table when we're having dinner and have laughter with you. We can share personal stories about our struggles and also our personal stories about everything that is going on in our life, from our professional to our personal life. And I see that as something really important. During the 2018 and 2022 election, it was noted that I received preference flows from various different political alignments. To me, this signifies something important. People recognise my ability to resonate and communicate meaningfully with individuals from all walks of life and across all political persuasions. We may not always agree. Of course we may not always agree, because difference is healthy and it's natural. It's part of the human experience. However, I pride myself on my ability to take a considered, compassionate, measured and evidence-based approach, an approach that adopts a methodology of compromise and respect to decision-making. But make no mistake, I am not afraid to take a stand. I do not think I've actually abstained from any voting that has occurred in this chamber, and I have no qualms about voicing the views of the voiceless. Our city sits on the precipice of major change. Even in the past 6 years that I've been on council, what is noticeable about the significant transitions that are at the heart of this city is about understanding the different perspectives of the hearts that beat within our city. If elected as Deputy Lord Mayor, I intend on continuing my role as welcoming and inclusive City Portfolio Chair, a responsibility that is crucial as we venture into uncharted changes to our city's demographic and the need to advocate for social cohesion outcomes. My vote is but one vote out of 12 around this table, and I intend on working alongside my council colleagues and, of course, our council staff, who I respect deeply. And it is for the betterment of our community, especially through collaboration with stakeholders in areas such as medium density housing, public transport and precinct plans. I finish by saying that this is incredibly special, that I come from humble beginnings, immigrating to Tasmania with my family from Fiji. And it is in this very building that I received my Australian citizenship in August 2000, at a time where ceremonies were not part of the process. So I am profoundly humbled and incredibly honoured to be able to give him the opportunity to stand today and seek your vote and support for Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Actually, Alderman Bloomfield actually made a very good statement in the door open. Because this is not about personalities or personal. This is about who is best to actually represent the city here. I'm known to be loud and forthright, but it's always been loud and forthright for the fight for the city. But there's the other side of Marty Zuko that a lot of people seem to not understand or know. There's that quiet achiever part of me. And I just want to remind some people about some of the things I've quietly achieved. During COVID, I quietly donated nearly $13,000 to charity. I did that. I didn't even mention a word to the media, didn't even mention a word to fellow elected members. Months later, a motion was put forward that our elected members were to pursue and donate 20% of their allowance to charity. I'd done that quietly behind the scenes. But there's some grandstanding that occurred in this chamber. The question I've got to ask at that meeting, which that motion was lost, is there was a number of elected members who stood up and said what they were going to do. The question is, did they, and have they followed through with that? It's a question you need to ask those people that were there that night who pursued something that I quietly did behind the scenes. Another thing I did quietly behind the scenes, and those people who were there would remember, UTAS. I was at the very first meeting of UTAS when there was 28 people in the room at the Black Buffalo. And I was the one that actually provided the advice to the Save UTAS movement on which path they should take. I did that quietly behind the scenes. And I actually was part of the UTAS movement behind the scenes. I was actually down at the university when everyone decided to get into a photo. I stood back because I wanted to continue my fight for UTAS behind the scenes. Have I been consistent? I've been consistent with that. But I didn't need to be up front, the person who was the face of it. I believe that I could be the conduit to all elected members as the Deputy Lord Mayor and pursue what I've tried to pursue for years in a true team environment. The team environment, I contacted the Director of Local Government in the last 2 weeks, pursuing the opportunity for the 29 months going forward, so each and every elected member other than the Lord Mayor take a role in representing the city as a Deputy Lord Mayor in sharing the role amongst everybody. Unfortunately, the legislation precluded that. I also spoke to the legal officer about it and pursued the legal officer on it. I even said to the legal officer, "You're wrong," but I knew he wasn't wrong. But I pursued that because of my intent of having that team environment.
Alderman Zuko, if you can finish up, please.
Sorry?
If you can finish up.
Okay.
Soon. Yep.
Very quickly, during the Valentine era, as Bill knows, we developed the Lord Mayor's protocol. That's gone by the wayside. If I, as Deputy Lord Mayor, I will try and develop a Deputy Lord Mayor's protocol so we all can each and be part of representing this city, not maybe just a select few. Look, to my point of view, I believe that we all should be able to represent the council. I will also pursue, and which Bill and a lot of elected members know...
That's time, Alderman
Yep.
Zuko.
Well,
sorry, it's
well, I'll ask
4
2
minutes.
I don't believe that the Deputy Lord Mayor should be voted for by the people. I believe we should dump the Deputy Lord Mayor role and each elected members share that role over the period.
Thanks, Alderman Zuko.
Thank you. Sorry, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so we've heard from the candidates and now it's time to vote. So I'll now hand over to the CEO to really run this process.
Thanks. So we'll circulate the ballots around now, and so you will vote for one candidate by striking through the names of the other candidates for whom you do not intend to vote, and then we'll come around and collect them in a box and take them out and make the first count.
Just to be sure, cross out the ones you don't want.
Correct. Leave one name uncrossed.
So only leave the one that you're voting
It's just Robson's rotation, so I've got a pen. Sleeve.
Thank you. Very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very quiet.
Yes, all of it.
How long will it take them to count to 7?
Oh dear.
Where'd the votes go?
In there, I
I
think.
missed that.
Out that way.
I've been trying to find a bookie to take a bet, and no, I couldn't find one.
Not with the betting app?
No way.
We're setting up the 3 punters, eh?
What's the crowd online like? Has anyone looked?
3.
So, had a good day? Good day.
Just cross into the live coverage.
Oh,
CEO looking serious next to Anna.
Isn't that Inception when you're like watching the live stream of yourself on your screen, which is a stream of yourself on the screen? No.
We need a commentator though, someone to... The Salt's just chimed in with another inane comment.
oh that's not.
Sorry.
Or you're getting a specific.
I think we'd like to have a look at this.
My email.
Yeah.
It's the Wi-Fi, and it's just.
One of those me.
Yeah, okay.
Is it just Wi-Fi? Is it just Wi-Fi here? Oh, there we go.
CR.Kitsas, PRT.
Turn the pen.
Oh, do we?
Council property.
Yeah, we'll leave your donkey in there. Did you see his second tweet in that thread?
Like a minute ago.
So, pleased to be able to declare the successful candidate is Councillor Sherlock.
Congratulations, Councillor Sherlock. We're now going to just, the CEO is going to put the chains on you. This is part of the protocol. We'll take a quick photo and then we'll get a motion to start standing orders again.
Can you take a photo for me as well?
Hang on to the side. And your elbow's in the way.
Practice at this.
Oh. Pull your cacks up.
Nice to meet you, that's lovely. Do you want a quick photo for that or?
We can do that afterwards.
Now give the chain back.
So if Councillor Sherlock will now, so Deputy Lord Mayor will now take the chair that's normally taken by the Deputy Lord Mayor and swap with Councillor Harvey. Were there any other chair movements? So congratulations again, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, if we can get a motion to restart standing orders.
I move that we restart the standing orders. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye.
Do I get to say thank you?
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Now, we need a motion to accept the vote that we've just undertaken and to appoint Councillor Sherlock as Deputy Lord Mayor. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Dutta.
Question. Do we end up finding out the vote breakdown at any point? Is that in the minutes or?
We can put them in the minutes. We have done that before, so if that's the will of the council, we certainly can do that.
So that would be an addition to the motion, would it?
I think that's fine. We can just
Point of order. Point of order. This is actually a private vote, so I wouldn't have thought you just changed the standing orders or the rules of the game.
Okay. So we might need to consider that as an amendment then.
So just to raise that if candidates went in, not being a candidate obviously, if candidates went in assuming that the vote the outcome would be kept confidential, I don't perceive that it's fair for the council to change that at this point.
Have a motion on that, amendment on that. So I've got an amendment from Councillor Elliott, I think, to include the vote. I'd need a seconder for that. Alderman Zuko's the seconder for that. So would anyone like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I said, I don't think it's fair to change it after the fact, and I also suspect I know what will happen to any form of vote record and the impacts that it may have on councillors who put their hand up. Having that changed, I don't think is fair, and I would actually encourage the council to consider how they think these outcomes might be used as weapons to embarrass people who put their names forward.
Any other discussion? Councillor Lohberger?
I just wanted to make the point that in the instructions we've been given, point 2 just says voting is to be carried out by secret ballot. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko?
Yeah, it is still a secret ballot because no one knows how you voted. It's just that how many votes a person got, that's all. I think that's what it is, because it's a secret ballot. You put your vote in a ballot, your vote's not recorded. It's not a recording, and as the CEO said, it has been in the minutes prior. So it's something that's been done before, right? Councillor Sherlock got 12 votes. No, sorry, 11 votes. Marty Zuko got 1. 10, and Bloomfield got 1. That's all it is. So it's not actually putting any elected member into any position on how they voted or not voted, and it's been done before.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Alderman Bloomfield?
If people wanted to know what was going on with these votes, they would have actually appointed a scrutineer. Now, I don't believe anyone did that, so that's how it works. And frankly, trying to humiliate and embarrass anyone who decided to put their hand up with, oh, sucked in, you got 1, is not good enough in my book. It says it's private, it stays private. The end.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour?
Who am I? Zuko, Kelly, Coates, Ellen, sorry, I haven't finished carrying the table. Councillor Elliott. And then the noes. Bloomfield, Lohberger, Kitsos, Posselt, Sherlock, Harvey and the Lord Mayor.
So that amendment has lost. We will now put the substantive motion, which was moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Dutta, on the appointment, to accept the vote and appoint Councillor Sherlock as Deputy Lord Mayor. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Great. Let's move on to item 11, which is City of Hobart Rating and Valuation Strategy 24 to 28. Anyone like to move this? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Discussion. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just really briefly, as one of the main drivers of option 5, I thought it worth putting some comments forward. Firstly, thanking the tourism industry for coming on board and engaging with the council, inviting us to an online session with various stakeholders, which actually was really productive, and I've since met with a number of them to discuss the expenditure that council has in the tourism sector and how we might go to making our tourism sector more vibrant as well as sustainable and supported. And I also wanted to draw attention to what we heard from ratepayers, which was that option 5, 60% of respondents agreed that it represented capacity to pay, 65% said that it was affordable to the community, and 70% said that option 5 was fair and equitable to the community. And that's why I'm so pleased that council officers, Mr Reynolds and Mr McDowell, have listened to us and have put forward the notion of us reviewing our tourism expenditure and trying to work out how we can sustainably fund that moving forward over the next 12 or 18 months. And I'd encourage them to return that to us as soon as possible so that we can indeed undertake a decision for how we'll continue to fund what is a really important sector for the Hobart community. But once again, I thank the staff and also the industry for getting involved in the discussion. This is just the start, and let's see where it leads in the future.
Further discussion. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to make just 2 very simple points. Firstly, I want to thank the staff for the work that they have put into this and the discussions we had in the workshops. And I think we have been very well supported with the material and the arguments presented by them. So I commend them for that. Secondly, I think the change that we have made with regards to capital value, even though it was questionable, I think the argument is very clear for me that it is based on taxation principles. And the fact that it is based on taxation principles, which takes into consideration the 4 important elements, and they are that it is fair, it is equitable, it is simple, and it takes into account the capacity to pay. And based on that, I think this is a very wise move for the council to take. I would support this. Thank you.
Just have a question to you, Lord Mayor, through the appropriate officer who can answer it. In 6.8 in the report, the last sentence states there is a number of names to describe such, this is about developer contributions, such as headworks charges, infrastructure contributions. I'd just like to ask a question insofar as to headworks charges. Aren't they charges for Taswater?
Like to take that on.
Yeah.
Noe, did you want to speak?
That's my understanding.
Okay, well, Lord Mayor, you see, I can't support this. The thing is, 6.8 talks about developer contributions to headworks charges, infrastructure contributions, and headworks charges are actually charges that developers have to pay Tasworks to actually deliver. And I know full well that a lot of those headworks charges, developers have to go through a process of not only improving their direct line in front of their development, they actually have to improve practically the whole street. But that's Taswater charges, and we're going down the track of using models from other places like Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales. The whole thing about using developer contributions, which are great. Everyone thinks that okay, look, well, the developer's going to make a fortune out of this, whether it's small, medium or large. But at the end of the day, what actually happens and who pays for it? It's not the developer that pays for all these fees and charges. It's actually the end user, the person that buys the apartment or buys or pays rates or whatever have you. So all we're doing is making it more difficult for people to get into the housing market. If it's a housing development, or if it's a commercial development, it means that rents are going to be up higher for those people going into business, and some of them could be small business. As my esteemed colleague who's in the hotel game, there's 4 hotels have closed in the last few months, and there are businesses in Hobart struggling. look, I think sometimes we look at things in a small way and think that yeah, okay, let's charge these people who are making a fortune, but they're not the ones paying for it. I can't support programs such as this because I believe it actually impacts on the whole housing sector. There is a council, I can't remember the council, it's somewhere up in Queensland, that just came out with a great idea in the sense of any contributions from developers should actually go towards assisting those that are buying, not putting it into consolidated revenue, which we do, and then one day we might end up doing something and improving the streetscape or whatever have you. I believe over the years the rates were all associated with the council doing the works it needs to do on a regular basis. To go out and start putting extra fees and charges, and how would we like it if we decided that, well, let's go down the track of charging fees for someone to upgrade their house in North Hobart. To my point of view, they're upgrading. They might be putting in another 6 toilets. Yes, their rates change, but do they have to upgrade their headworks charges, or do they have to contribute to infrastructure contributions? Look, I'm sorry, I cannot support this, and as everyone that knows me knows that my firm belief, if we want to be equitable right across the board in rates, it's a land tax-based model which provides
30 seconds.
a balance for all. Yes, there'll be a cost shift to the residential sector, but there are ways to mitigate that. Cannot support this. And look, I'm sorry I had to bring that up, but the headworks charges shouldn't have been there. Sorry.
Do you want to clarify, or should I clarify?
I'd like to just sort of draw attention to, there is no proposal to include headworks charges in the changes, but I can understand. I think you're referring to the stormwater removal service rate. Is that?
Well, it's got here developer contribution, use to pays model for delivering infrastructure.
Where are you talking about?
6.8. To fund and activate infrastructure development, some councils across Australia are doing this.
Yeah, so like if recommendation 8 actually refers to, it says developer contributions, user pays models are considered in the future in discussion with LGAT and the state government. So there's certainly no proposal that they actually be part of the decision made today. It's certainly for conversations at a later time, but I can understand where you've drawn that from.
Lord Dean, may I clarify, if you wouldn't mind, please?
Very briefly,
clarification.
yeah.
Yeah. Look, when I read the recommendations, it's recommending we do all these things, which refers to that, and that's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion. Any further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield?
I just have a couple of questions. With the option 5, which we discussed earlier through Councillor Posselt, that was merely to have a discussion on. My understanding was when we discussed all of this earlier that none of those options were going to be particularly included. We were simply going to move to the capital works. Is that still the case, or are we now introducing option 5 as well? Is that? It's not, is it? No. Okay, that's good. I think that was my main question at this point. Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion on this item?
Oh, actually, sorry, there is one more question. I knew there was. I'm just kind of curious too. Section 3 in the recommendation that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to make any required changes. What kind of changes are we talking about here? Are they substantial or small? And what's an example of the type of change we'd be agreeing to, please? Page 23, number 3.
I think it's in the recommendation too.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Reynolds.
Sorry, through you, Lord Mayor, but the intent of that recommendation is if there are any minor editorial changes that need to be made in the strategy document, there would be no substantial change.
Insert the word minor into the resolution, maybe. Other movers? Who was the mover of that? Who was the mover of this motion? I've forgotten. Oh, Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Dutta. Are you happy to include the word minor into the required minor changes?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Kelly.
I'd just like to make the point regarding, Lord Mayor, the 2 times differential to vacant residential land, which is all part of this review. It's just disappointing that with this tree canopy situation we have, which is rapidly depleting and it is of a big concern, that there are a number of people who've rang me and been in touch with me how the vacant land that they have is purely for an extension to a garden, or in my case, planting many hundred trees. Now, this in turn is going to have a knock-on effect of people deciding, look, it's a tipping point, we'll sell the land, and what's going to happen? Places will be built on it, which is good in some regards, but it's going to have a massive increase on the amount of trees that are going to be taken down, which is further impacting on our tree canopy. So very disappointed that hasn't even been put into the whole conversation about this. And whilst it's not going to make any difference to the vote tonight, I'd just like to make that point. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion?
Question on the vacant land by 2. If you consolidate your land into the one parcel, does that avoid the additional tax burden?
Ms McDonnell?
Yes, that's correct. If you have a residential property and then your vacant land, which is the garden, if you apply to the valuer general and have the 2 properties combined, then they would be classified as residential rather than vacant land.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, if I may respond to that, in some cases...
Sort of response type of thing, back and forth. Councillor Coates.
Look, I've had many people email me on the same issue, and my understanding is it's that, for good reason, are very hesitant about combining titles, because once you've done it, you sort of lose the opportunity again. And you know, there are a lot of people who have properties where you know, they own adjacent blocks. Essentially, it is one property because it's used as a garden. They might have young children. They might have, you know, an established garden, but they themselves know that, you know, 10, 20 years time, they might move on. Like, you know, life changes. You end up in a nursing home or so, and the properties at some point will be not in their hands, and so they don't want to go down the path of combining it. And so, look, it would be a perverse outcome where we're sort of forcing people to go through an expensive process with land titles, when in reality they should never be classified as a separate block, because for all intents and purposes they are an urban garden and add to the canopy. And so, look, I think, look, in the grand scheme of a number of properties in Hobart, it's you know, it's not tens and tens of thousands, but there are implications, and they are real for some people, and there have been people contacted. So, look, I think the solution is not simply to go and merge your blocks, because that has ramifications down the track. Thanks.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Sorry, what are we voting on?
The motion.
Oh, motion. I thought there was some little amendment going
Yeah,
on
sorry,
there. No
sorry, I
amendment.
should have made that clear. So if there's no further discussion on this motion to accept the City of Hobart Rating and Valuation Strategy 2024 to 2028, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Dutta, Bloomfield, Lowberger, Kitsos, no, Coates, Purcell, Harvey, thank you. Lord Mayor, noes.
That's
I got Coates, sorry, yes.
that's carried.
Carried.
Okay, we'll move on to item 12, which is the Transport Strategy 2024 and Implementation Plan for going out for community engagement, a draft. Councillor Posselt's moving that, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I feel it appropriate that I rise for this particular item to introduce it more than anything, as it does come from my portfolio. So the transport strategy and the curbside management plan have been in the works for a while within the fantastic offices, and they've produced an absolute ripper of a report. So I want to extend my thanks to the Director Neil, to Daniel, to Ruby, to Stuart and Shivani, who have all played a hand in this great piece of work. We know that transport and how people move around a city is one of the key elements that shapes a city. And it's about how we use land in the city, how relationships build in the city. And what we know from this report is that currently we have the highest number of walkers in the country. Of all of the capital cities, we have 28% of people who walk into work every day. And that's a great outcome, it's a great number. And that compares, in fact, to just 3.2% on average in the other capital cities, which shows just how far ahead we are. We also know from this piece of work that 4% use public transport compared to 15% in other capital cities. And I think that is a really key figure that we should draw from this and continue our great advocacy work in the public transport space, because it shows just how woeful our public transport system must be that we're that far behind. Furthermore, twice as many people as a function of the population cycle to work compared to other capital cities. So lots of the arguments that you hear that our topography doesn't suit it or our climate doesn't suit it, it's not borne out by the numbers that we have. And the strategy brings to light some questions about land use. What is space worth in our city? And this is also a key function of the curbside management plan. What is 9 square metres worth in our city? What's 18 square metres worth? These are questions, what can we do better with that land? Because 9 square metres is the average occupancy of a car. So an empty steel box takes up 9 square metres of public land, and every car takes up an additional 9 square metres. 3 cars and we've got, you know, in the order of 27 square metres of land that we could be using for something else. So these questions are raised, and that compares to people who catch a bus or walk that just take up 0.5 of a square metre, or if you cycle or ride a motorbike, 1.5 square metres. So they're really important questions raising, and fundamentally that's what we're doing, because we're going out to consultation for this. We're asking the community, what do they want? And what we've heard so far from the engagement activities we've undertaken is that 75% of the community strongly support reallocating space from cars to public transport, walking and cycling. That people want a balance between places, people and cars. That people want safe, active transport, and that people, as I said, so clearly desire that our public transport system is better. And all of this stems to a key concept of choice, of enabling people to choose to take the form of transport they want, to do it conveniently, to do it safely, and to do it in comfort. And that's what this report puts forward. It puts forward ways that we can enhance choice for the people of Hobart, because that's what they've told us they want to do. It also points out that part of this is climate change, that a net zero strategy means we must act on transport, because 50% of our emissions come from the transport sector in Hobart. And you know who doesn't emit anything? Somebody who's walking, unless you've had too many beans. So, importantly as well, there's economic impacts. We know that foot traffic and people on bikes and scooters spend more money in stores. And at the broader economic scale, we know that for every dollar you spend on your car, society will spend an additional 9. For every dollar you spend on a bus, society will spend an additional $1.50. But for people who ride a bike, society will only spend an extra 8 cents. And for people who walk, 1 cent. And so you can see why enhancing the walking experience and the cycling experience is so important. And not only that, it decreases the burden on healthcare services. It decreases the burden on healthcare. It means more ambulances are available to respond, and it means that you have a higher quality of life because you're healthier and you're happier when you take active transport. So the 6 themes that have come from here: choice. We're going to encourage people to change behaviour if they want to. It's about climate change. It's about building safe and healthy streets, which is a framework from Victoria, which is really wonderful. It's just about building safe places. Thank you very much.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, first of all, I just want to start by saying thank you very much to the staff for just putting together a wonderful report and being thorough about it. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to just point out one of the things that have been said within this report or draft strategy. The vision is action orientated and identifies the city's goals for the future transport network of Hobart. The themes of the 2024 transport strategy respond to this vision, focusing on transport choice. And if you have a look on page 7, if you haven't already done so, I love the fact that it puts together visually the various different options that we have, the transport modes, the overarching themes, talking about public transport, biking, walking, driving, street space, and then the city operations. And I think it takes a holistic view of what we are trying to achieve and what we're intending on doing as a city. And one other thing that I would like to point out is on page 14, sorry, Lord Mayor, I'll just get there. It talks about just how we can really just make our city more accessible to people of all ages and all abilities. And one of the final paragraphs that I think is really important when it talks about how our population ages and the demand for facilities, it also goes on to say, allocating more of our public space for people creates safer environments for people of all ages and abilities. Progressive design principles such as the Healthy Streets Framework will help guide us for this inclusive design. The topography of the city of Hobart, including the Derwent River and its coves, the Hobart Rivulet and Punani Mount Wellington, is distinctive and a significant feature of our city. However, a number of streets are affected by grade changes created by this topography. This can be a barrier for accessibility. And it goes on to talk about the various different options that we can incorporate when we actually consider these things. So thank you very much to our staff. A very wonderful job and very thorough indeed, and I will most certainly be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I'd like to remind everyone that we're actually a CBD. We're not Lindisfarne Village. 70% of those who engage come from outside Hobart area. They don't have the ability to walk. And in fact, a lot of those who choose to engage may be from a lower socioeconomic area, so their only choice is going to be how poor are they going to be today. Are they going to have less time because they're 2 extra hours on the bus, or are they going to simply have less money because they can barely afford the parking? Examples being that people are now finding it very, very hard to get apprentices in because over 20%, if not more, of their wage now goes on parking or simply engaging to get into the city, to do their job, to have their opportunity. So that's a stylised impoverishment we have created. In addition to that, we also talk about things like how scooters, we have better spend. The only better spend we get is on coffee. Because if you're going to actually go and, I don't know, set up a new wardrobe, you're not going to go, I'm going to go and buy a new wardrobe today and go back on my scooter, because a scooter only has a limit of 5 kilograms. So it's really a nonsense. The most money people spend using scooters is actually on dentistry. So then we have the other issue with the fact that we simply are failing to remember that buses are our biggest issue. We don't control buses. But is there anywhere in here, I haven't yet seen it in here, and I'm hoping it may be in here, that we actually actively encourage that the state government get stuck in and actually redevelop their metro system, because that's probably the biggest and most profound effect that we can have on our city. But I am extremely grateful to note that the work that we put forward a long time, or a few months ago now, on the bus layovers is actually included, because that was, what was it, 81 car parks that we could actually free up. But I simply am astonished that time and again, the lack of value of people being able to access our city is redefined in an elitist terms. And frankly, I think our city is for everyone.
Further discussion?
Couple of questions, just relating to the central pillar, encouraging and enabling behaviour change. And I'm interested in what I've missed in the report with regard to enabling those sort of changes when it comes to very large cars occupying the city and taking excessive time to park those cars occupying more space within the parking area so that it's a tighter park, and the impact of large cars on smaller cars having visibility. Is there something in the strategy that refers to how we deal with large cars in the city?
I'll ask Mr Vidal. I think he's shaking his head, but it's
not directly,
not this
but
moment.
there is being work done through you, Lord Mayor, at a national level around size of car spaces. There's Australian standards around car spaces.
Oh, hang on. I assume that means we make our parking spaces bigger.
No, I can answer this question if you like.
I'd like to see smaller cars, is where I'm heading here. Yep.
So two points I just wanted to make in response. One is, if this is an issue for the community, they can raise it during this consultation and we can perhaps look at putting it in. But just secondly, that to report that the Council of Capital City Lord Mayors, there are a number that are working, interested in this issue and what it might mean for the potentially having to increase the size of car parks and what that would cost. So there is some work being done by the local government sector with some of your concerns in mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There are 2 car parks in Collins Street which are small car parks. Is that this is another question. Is that something we can consider having more of in the city as a disincentive to large cars coming into certain areas? And I note now we've got, sorry, through you, Chair.
Yeah.
We now have a Ram car dealer, and we talk about our cars now as trucks. We don't talk about utes anymore. We say we've got a truck, and those Ram cars are literally rather oversized utes. I'm happy to refer to them as trucks. What's the issue, or how do we accommodate those large vehicles that are even bigger than your average ute? They're excessively oversized utes. What's the strategy for that? If they're able to park in a car park, like any little car, like my little Tonka toy that I drive, are they still able to park in the same spaces? Or should we be looking at a strategy for oversized cars?
Probably one. Do you want that taken? Do you want to answer that now? Or do you want,
but I don't want to see
you just want to make
back
it
to
a
us
comment
and nothing in there.
Yeah.
Because then I've got to amend it down the track. Let's put it. Can we put something in now to ask people what they think about oversized vehicles parking on the streets in Hobart? So actually, I'll make
that would be an amendment, I think. Yeah, Councillor Harvey. So a small extra sort of paragraph or something, or is this for the consultation?
Can a discussion point be included
okay.
on oversized vehicles parking in Hobart?
So that's an amendment. We'd need a seconder for that.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to accept that in. If the council doesn't have an objection.
Is that okay?
After the amendment.
Yeah, it's probably do as an amendment.
Yeah, I don't think might not get full support, so I'd hate people to not vote for the strategy based on this amendment.
I need a seconder for Councillor Harvey's amendment. Is there
what's the amendment, please?
That
we have a section in this strategy that talks about large vehicles occupying excessive amounts of parking space in the city.
Small section, not necessarily. You're not proposing.
I don't want a whole chapter.
No.
But just something in it to refer to it. So I think it's important that we have a strategy that addresses
that issue. Large
vehicles in the city which obstruct the views of people in small vehicles and pedestrians who are shorter than the car.
Yeah. Second by Councillor Lohberger. Okay, so that's an amendment. So we might just to keep things. We might just focus on that amendment before we go back to the general discussion. So if anyone would like to comment on the amendment.
I just had a quick comment. I just asked a question in November 2023 at our meeting, which was 5 months ago, just about the issue of excessively large vehicles and their parking. And I was just wondering when an answer might be forthcoming to that question, given that it's come up again.
Anyone? CEO is going to take that one on notice and check.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question for you to probably the CEO or the appropriate director. If these vehicles are too big and fit into the truck category, surely they'd be parking where a truck would park and be in that same place with a 1 tonne truck, whether it's 2 tonne, 3, 5 tonne. I'm sort of struggling to understand what I mean. If it fits into a car space, it fits into a car space. If it doesn't fit into a car space, it goes onto a loading zone or a truck space, or that's their problem. It's not I'm just struggling to understand that. Could I get some commentary on that, please?
Mr. Noy, did you want to speak to that question?
So you're right, and these vehicles that you're talking about, the Ram, F-150s, 250s, they are still within the size of the existing Australian standard car space. So that is right.
Yeah, that's like I can understand what Councillor Harvey's wanting to do with the amendment, but a vehicle that doesn't fit into a car space, if it is a truck, is not entitled to park there. Only vehicles that are within the standards can park on a car space. That's what they're there for. I think if we're going to be going down the track of doing this, I just think it's wasting the time and effort. At the end of the day, those vehicles that shouldn't be parking in standard car spaces. I think those people that drive trucks and whatever have you, or oversized vehicles, know they shouldn't be parking there in the first instance. Ram is probably the biggest and longest in that range, and they are within the standards.
Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, I think the use of the word oversize is inaccurate, and I don't think we should go down that pathway because it's not inaccurate. The Department of State Growth would manage that in terms of its registration processes. Yeah. And I also don't support the sentiment of the amendment because I do believe that individuals should be able to choose the car of their choice. And yeah, I wouldn't want to see us micromanaging further into people's fair freedom of choice in that regard.
Can I just refer to the...
No, Councillor
Can you
Harvey,
refer to those
sorry.
points when you get a chance?
Councillor Posselt on the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's actually quite a tasty amendment. I like it. And it brings to light the concept of small car streets. So, a street that I know Alderman Bloomfield's really passionate about is Criterion Street. And we could fit, like 20 smart cars in there, or we can fit 3 Dodge Rams. And it's a street that we do probably want to see pedestrianised. We do want to change the feel of some of our streets, and maybe Collins Street might be one of those streets in the future where we want to discourage people from using those routes. Obviously, like I drive an ambulance that's bigger than a Ram, and we have to be able to get everywhere, as to the delivery guys in all sorts of vehicles, from light trucks to Sprinter type vans. But I think that the concept itself has merit, and that is what we're asking to do by inserting it into the consultation. We're asking the community, hey community, what do you think of the idea of small car streets and small car spaces in certain areas to try to dissuade large vehicles from using that? And it goes to pedestrian safety as much as anything. So we know that the TNOP, which is an award-winning transport network operation strategy for Hobart, has identified key streets for cycling, key streets for walking, and key streets for car movements. And having an answer from the community gives us the opportunity to say, well, on the people streets or on the bike streets, do we actually want to keep people safe? Do we want to actively dissuade people from driving their massive American trucks down this street because you might kill a kid on a bike? I think it's a reasonable question. It's only a consultation question. I think it's a good one, and I'll be fully supporting it.
Further discussion. Alderman Bloomfield, you just asked questions before, didn't you?
Yeah, I haven't talked on the amendment at all.
Yeah.
If Councillor Posselt was so interested in safety, he wouldn't be supporting e-scooters. Surely this whole concept has real issue in the fact that we are indicating what we may or may not drive. And I worry about apprentices who, apprentice plumbers, apprentice builders, because guess what they'll be driving? They'll be lucky to get their first motor vehicle. It'll be a ute because that's what they need for work. And we'll lock them out of the CBD. Fabulous. So no apprentices in town, don't engage with us. That's not appropriate legislation. That's not what it's intended for, and that's what it'll create.
Councillor Kelly, did you speak already or not?
I asked a question. Yeah. Look, this is clearly a matter for our officers to address. If there's a problem with cars being too big for spaces, well, I don't see the time why we should be wasting time and money at this point in going and getting public consultation on it. It's a pretty mechanical process here. The car fits or it doesn't. It's legal or it's not. And if adjustments have got to be made, that's where the officers should be addressing this. We've got to be really careful too of addressing this Ram. I'd be very upset if I was a Ram distributor in Hobart. Of course, Ram are only about 1 in 10 brands now producing these sort of vehicles. So the continual reference to that particular brand, I think, a bit out of order as well. So they're my points on the matter. So can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Coates.
Look, yeah, just on the amendment, I understand this and I know where it's coming from, but I think, you know, sometimes you're better off having we've got a big strategy. There's already a whole lot of stuff in that. I just think, you know, there will be people on this issue that will but, you know, in my mind, this transport and mobility strategy is about getting from A to B. It's not about the standards or not of vehicles themselves. I think that's probably something that doesn't really sit with local government, and perhaps it's an enforcement issue where we do have people taking vehicles that don't appropriately fit in those spots and putting them in spots where it shouldn't be, but that, to my mind, doesn't sit in a mobility strategy. And so, but I appreciate the sentiments, and I think there potentially is work to be done in that space, and as a council we can come to a view on that, but I just think for the purposes of this investigation, it's, you know, it might be something small, but we don't need to add even more to what is already a very large outline.
Any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, I will just make a few comments because this is something that I've been tracking a little bit in the last couple of weeks. It is a very big issue for a lot of cities. I just want to pick up the fact that this is both a mobility strategy and a parking, on-street parking spaces strategy. So it is absolutely front and centre to this strategy to go out and put it as a discussion point. I think even if we didn't put it as a discussion point, the community would raise it because it has been a very clear change in the vehicle sizes in the last few years. And it's not about utes because this is a different class of vehicle. This isn't just a light utility vehicle, this is a truck. So there's in the new fuel efficiency standards from the federal government, there's going to be Type 1 vehicles, which includes light commercial vehicles, and then there's a Type 2, which are the really, really big ones that are really disrupting a whole range of issues for the country, including road safety issues, parking issues, but also the challenges of meeting emissions targets in the transport sector will really depend on whether these vehicles become super popular in the next few decades, or whether they sort of, you know, stay as a very specialist vehicle for very particular types of work or tasks. There's been discussion about whether these vehicles, people should have a truck licence as opposed to just a general passenger vehicle licence, because they are much bigger trucks. They do have a bigger impact potentially if they aren't driven in certain ways in terms of road safety. I was quite shocked to find out recently that under the Australian road rules, owners of these trucks are entitled to park across 2 parking spaces if they don't fit in one, but pay for the fee for one parking space, which I think doesn't pass the pub test. That people would think that's not fair, that someone could take 2 parking spaces and we can't give them a ticket under the Australian road rules because they only have to pay for 1 parking space. So there's a lot to unpack here. I think it is a big issue. It's a very strategic issue for any city that's starting to think about the best use of its urban space. And the federal government has made it very clear that in the transport sector, and 80% of emissions in the transport sector are road transport, and they've said, look, our core business is just setting fuel efficiency standards, so that's all we can do. It really is up to state and particularly local government when it comes to local roads to sort out issues around land use and how we encourage or support different modes of transport and different transport choices through the management of land and road space. So it is very much part of the work that we need to consider, and I think I will support the amendment because all we're doing is adding it as a discussion point and something that we should see if the community's got views on and get some further advice on it. It's not taking a position, it's really just saying this is becoming an issue for lots of cities. You know, do you think it's something we should do more work on? Okay, so I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Dutta, Lohberger, Kitsos Perselt, Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and the Mayor, and the noes.
And against?
Councillor Kelly, your hand's up, isn't it? Bloomfield, Coates and Elliott.
Carried. Amendments carried, so that's now part of the substantive motion. Now, would anyone like to speak to the substantive motion? Going out. If not, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No, was there some noes? So show of hands, all those in favour.
Loberger, Kitsos, Perselt, Harvey, Sherlock.
And against?
Zuko, Kelly, Bloomfield, Elliott. Oh, Coates, sorry, I've missed you again, Councillor Coates, sorry. So that's also carried.
Okay. So we'll move on now to item 13, which is the Waterworks Reserve Master Plan. Would someone like to move this? Councillor Coates, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Would someone like to speak to this at all? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to say once again what a fabulous piece of work this is. I don't know if everybody's had the opportunity to read it and just how thorough it is in terms of appreciating that whole area and the space and what they plan to do with it. It's absolutely wonderful, and if you have read the recommendations, I think there's over 56, I think it is, and it just goes through a plethora of issues that I would have not have thought of, things such as just simple things like the entrance. It's just a beautiful piece of work that goes through and looks at something that is a wonderful area that people can relax in. They can do various different things. It's even got issues to do with parking, traffic management and road safety, the cultural heritage values, and the list just goes on and on. I'm sure you've all read it, but one of the other things I think that's really important is it talks about the trees and the importance of it and preparing and implementing a management plan as well as tree replacement and various other things. So once again, thank you very much to the staff. Very delighted for this piece of work and you've outdone yourself. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, Lord Mayor, look, I support the concept, but I can't support it. Financial viability, I know it's going to be over a 20-year plan. At the moment, it's talking about 9.38 million, which we haven't got in the budget next year. We haven't got in the budget the year after. Then it talks about 1 to 3 years, we're going to spend 2.2 million. If everyone knows how the cost of building or doing anything now, that 2.2 million will probably be close to 4 million in the current climate. Then it goes to 9.4. Is attributed in years 7 to 20, between 2031 and 2044 at 5.28 million. In 7 years' time, 5.28 million, or maybe in the 20 years. Look, I understand that this is a great concept, but I just can't support it strictly on that basis because we haven't put any factors in what the actual true costs are going to be in the future. We can put the estimates now, but that 5.28 million out of the 9.38 million in 7 to 20 years is going to be close to 15 plus. So I'm sorry, I just can't support it on that basis. I'd like to know that if we're going to actually do something, it's going to cost it's going to cost X. It's going to be done within that time frame. This is a contingency. This is going to be the blowout, and know exactly what the ratepayers are going to be in for. And at this point in time, I'm sorry, I just can't support it on that basis.
I think Councillor Kelly had his hand up first, but
thank you, Lord Mayor. Through you to probably the Director, Mike Reynolds, has this been budgeted for this expenditure for the Waterworks?
Ms Abbey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, the estimate of the costs of implementing this plan are just that, they're an estimate. Given the timing of the budget work that's already been done, there are no specific costs that are included in the Capital Works budget for the following financial year.
Thank you. Look, I've been going to the Waterworks for over 60 years, and I'm only up there the other week, and absolutely love the place. It's a beautiful place, and I don't think anyone would argue with that. I tend to agree with Alderman Zuko. If we haven't got the money, all we're hearing at the moment is our financial stress, and it's not budgeted for, and it's not full costings, and we haven't got time frames. I really do become worried when we get into this sort of zone. I appreciate some work has to be done there, but I'll be suggesting we have a much more frugal approach to this until we get the definitive costs and time frame. Thank you.
Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you, Lord Mayor. I was going to move this motion to speak first, but I got beaten to the jump. I'll speak quickly as the Chair of Healthy Hobart because we did get a presentation on this, and I'd like to acknowledge my thanks to the CEO for attending. It was wonderful, and it was a pity that more members who've taken interest in this weren't able to attend. But look, I think in my mind, a critical thing in this discussion is that this isn't in the Capital Works budget, and the Capital Works budget is something that we need to be very, very sure about when we go through and approve, and when we ultimately make the decision around what Capital Works projects get priority and what funding is available. Notwithstanding that, I think that the work that's been done on this site and is good, is valuable, and I think it is a good opportunity. But ultimately, this will compete with other priorities, with other Capital Works options, and so from a financial point of view, I share the concerns. As we all know, as an organisation, we are under stress, and we do have to be careful. And estimates are, as we heard from our staff, their best guesses, and unfortunately sometimes they guess accurately and they come in quite expensive. Hopefully sometimes they guess and they're too pessimistic and it comes in cheaper. But look, ultimately if they were to enact the whole thing, it would be an expensive outcome and outlay for the city, albeit with a great facility up there. And it is unique in some ways. There's not many other towns that have access to a reserve sitting next to a park, where we've sort of been able to build a beautiful community facility out of what ultimately is a water reservoir for Taswater. Look, I would just like to say that for the Healthy Hobart Committee, it was very positive feedback, so from a community point of view that was good, but I hear the concerns and I share the concerns, and I think it is worth us remembering this when it comes to the Capital Works budgets, and I don't believe it's in the current budget, but for future ones, it may well be a point that we need to interrogate.
Councillor Posselt.
Councillor Harvey. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I think it's really important to point out that master plans are master plans. If we applied this logic that's being bandied about at the moment, we wouldn't approve anything. We do strategic planning that is going 20 years down the track. And that's what we do with our structure plans. Last council meeting, we approved a master plan, a conceptual master plan for the Newtown Sporting Precinct with an estimated cost from memory of $20 million plus. Now,
60 million, I think.
60 million. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for the clarification. So $60 million we approved last time on something that we don't have in the budget either. The thing with master plans is that they give you an aspirational plan for a particular site. And that's what this plan does. I agree that in the list of priorities that Waterworks is not particularly high, but the great thing about a master plan is that you can cherry pick items off the master plan that you can afford when you have the budget. And every item in the master plan will go through a Capital Works funding process where the department will put in a bid, and that will be assessed against the other bids of the city departments for bike lanes or increased rubbish collection or a larger compost or a worm farm, who knows? But it goes through a process, and that is not what we're deciding on now. We're not deciding on that process or on a specific item within this. We're deciding on an aspirational plan for the Waterworks, which will deliver infrastructure changes over 20 years and give guidance to the officers as to where we think that money should be spent at the Waterworks specifically. So I don't think that any of the arguments put up on the no side actually have any weight in reality. It's not how it works. And this master plan is quite good. And importantly, concerns were raised when we first saw this, when we approved it to go out for consultation. And I note that the officers have listened to the community and to elected members. There was mooted a dual use track, so conversion of a walking track to a mountain biking dual use track. That's been pulled because the community and elected members said no. A permanent hospitality venue has been replaced with a trial of a temporary one. So we've gone out to community consultation, we've listened, we've changed the approach, and we've come up with a great master plan. Thank you to the officers. We will decide on how we fund this moving forward through the capital budget process, but at the moment we're going to, hopefully this evening, approve an aspirational document for the future of Waterworks to guide our staff in how to deliver it.
Can I just, the CEO wanted to just clarify something that I thought I'd ask him to clarify for us.
No, just to clarify in respect of the funding moving forward, and I think it's valid and appropriate that Council is raising it for a concern. We need to factor in that we have been depreciating the assets that we have in the reserve, and obviously there is funding in respect of renewal of those assets. There's obviously new components of the master plan that does need to be funded. Certainly I'm happy and proposing to work with Council over a longer term asset management plan or a capital plan where we are understanding 10 years in advance where our funding's going to be going, but certainly we need to understand that a good proportion of the renewal is funded, and that's why we depreciate every year and have that in our budget. So,
Question, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
In regards to the recommendation on point 3, it says the Waterworks Reserve Master Plan marked as attachment A to this report be endorsed. Is that what we're endorsing? Well, the question is, if we're endorsing that.
Sorry, Alderman.
The question is.
Oh right, okay.
The question is, if we're endorsing the document, that means we're endorsing part of the budget. That's the way I take it. Is that correct or incorrect?
Is that the question?
Yes. Sorry.
That's correct.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Have a go.
Councillor Harvey, yes, your turn.
I remember sitting at a table at an event, I don't know, maybe 12 years ago. I think it was at the Rest Point Casino, and I was sitting at a table with the Infrastructure Australia people, and we were talking about getting projects up and running or getting them off the ground. And I remember they were talking about Tasmania, and they said Tasmania's got some great ideas, but we never present shovel-ready we lack presenting shovel-ready projects. So we don't fund a lot of things in Tasmania because they're half-baked. So you really need to have plans like this that are complete, that are shovel-ready, apart from maybe the planning, into the project. But without having these sort of master plans, you've got nothing to show when you're applying for grants. So we might have half a dozen of these master plans that are sitting there, like the one that was referred to by Councillor Assault. We've got other plans that have taken years to finish, and the plan I always come back to is the Yarn-Gal plan, which was, I think, I'm going to take a punt on 2010. Where's Neil Noy gone? Oh, there you are. You've lost your seat. 2010, 2012? 2010. And it's nearly complete, so it's taken 14 years to complete that, almost complete. Collins Street, I think, is the final. Collins Street's the final project in that plan. It takes time. Money doesn't fall out of the trees. You've got to be ready to do these things when money's available. You've got to cost it into the future, and that's why, as the CEO was talking about earlier, these things will be costed. Projects will be costed going forward. Is that correct? Am I paraphrasing you correctly? So while there may not be this money sitting in the account, money will become available over time, and all of these things will get delivered. It's just the pace of getting it delivered, and if you're not ready when grants come up, you can't apply for it because the funding bodies want to see all of the plans, not just hear the idea, not just read about it in a tweet and hope for the best. So this is part of the process, having these plans done to the fullest extent. So while it may be scary to think it's going to cost 20 million, arguing that we can't afford it is not the argument we're looking at now. Arguing that we will be able to afford it into the future is what we should be looking at. So it's disingenuous to say it's too expensive, let's cancel it. And as depreciation bites, we have to replace these things going forward. So it's easier to get started now and finish it over whatever the time frame required to get it done.
Okay,
So I am supportive of the plan tonight. Only one little thing, sorry, I forgot a couple of things there. The only thing I would like to include here, and it was touched on by Councillor Purcell, with the permanent hospitality thing becoming a temporary one, I would love to see some coffee-free zones as well. And as those who remember, back in 2010, I was the one who moved the first motion to get street food into Hobart. And it was a big kerfuffle, and now we've got street food and vans going around everywhere. A long time ago that happened, and now I'm kind of over having them in certain locations. I would rather not have coffee cups blowing around, single-use coffee cups blowing around Waterworks Reserve. But it might be down the track and they might be edible at that stage. But for now, I don't want any more. I want a coffee-free zone. Thank you very much.
Question?
A question from Councillor.
Yeah, so just a question for you to Appropriate Officer / CEO potentially, but just to confirm that the 9.2.5 under the financial viability, that in approving this master plan, the expenditure of these proposed funds and additions and works is not currently budgeted, and so any decision to budget for them and actually do the work would be a decision that would have to come back to council and be made as part of the budget process.
CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yeah, that's right, and it states there in the recommendation or in the report that we are, whilst you're approving the master plan, and obviously that does have a cost attached, which is clearly articulated there, and there will clearly be growth in that. Certainly the decisions with respect to future works are part of the future capital budgets that will be considered and approved by the council moving forward. But as we said, we want to be more planned and have these further understood into the future. So I think that will reduce these types of uncertainties in the future.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to pick up on a number of points, and I think some good points have been made. Firstly, I think it is not only aspirational for me, but it is also futuristic. And so we are looking ahead 20 years' time as to what we want to do. So I think that's a very important point that has been made by Councillor Passalt with regards to aspirational, and we need to have that aspirations. Secondly, it is indeed, as it's very clearly stated, it's only a master plan. And we need to have these master plans shovel ready so that when we are applying for grants, we'll be able to say we have something already ready. And I think that point is a very important point for me to take on board in order to vote. Point number 3 that I want to make is this, that this is a very well detailed, significant report, and I again want to commend and congratulate the staff for doing this. Point number 4 that I want to pick up is this it's already been made that, while we endorse the report with the budget in view, we haven't allocated that amount in the budgetary processes. So therefore, we need to take that into account. And the final point I want to make is this, that what I find this very important, that the elements of history, country, and nature is stated. And the most important element is the First Nations people have been consulted and they have had their input. And for me, this is significant to have this. So I would support this, taking those points into account. Thank you.
That's Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm just kind of curious, how many of these shovel-ready projects do we want? We've got the Battery Point walkway, we're all excited about that. We've got the tram shed, we've got the shovel-ready stuff ready for $60 million with the sports precinct. That's a lot. And this is just putting more pressure on, like we've already talked about, the fact that we are financially stressed. And honestly, when we look at how many people use this, it's 30,000 people. It's a fraction of what goes up Mount Wellington, a fraction. And frankly, look, I love the concept, I do, and I'd like to do it, but I feel that we have other things that are more important right now, and we'd be better off doing like a foreshadowed motion and saying, can we consider this in another year or so? We've got it roughly ready. Let's not do any promises whatsoever on this for at least another year, so that we've got time to settle down the projects that we do have, to settle down the finances that we have problems with, so that we can effectively not waste what we've got, but be a little bit more sensible. Because I just feel it's so tough to be, one moment we're talking about how hard it is for apprentices and everyone else trying to engage with the city, and the next thing we're throwing all this money at this. We could have been addressing curbside issues for people with disability. We could have been looking at all manner of things that would support those who are massively in trouble right now, with not affording their rent, not being able to get into town, all those things. We could be doing that. So this right now just seems a little bit tone deaf to do. I think that it can wait at least 12 months, and I'd like to foreshadow that should this fail, that we bring it forward to next year and put it back on the table and then get back into it then.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor, I have a question. Have we budgeted a particular amount towards this particular plan?
No.
CEO.
So the answer to that is no at this point, given that it certainly hasn't been endorsed by the council. So until you have a decision of council, that won't be brought forward. As I say, there will have been depreciation, or there has been depreciation of assets that you'll have approved in years gone by, which will need to be renewed, and that's part of the plan. Obviously, there are some new elements of the plan which are articulated, and they would be the subject of future council decisions on budget and capital works.
Question, Lord Mayor. Considering that it's not been budgeted, as my esteemed colleague has said, in the future, are we approving that it goes into future budgets?
CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So what you're approving is the master plan. There's an indicative implementation. There's obviously staged over quite a significant period of time, 20 years. So no, in actual fact, you're not foreshadowing that you must approve that in future council budgets. That really will be left to the discretion of future councils.
Lord Mayor, I didn't ask the question. Sorry, but I didn't ask the question whether we are actually going to. It's defined that we go into future budgets, but I'll ask the question again if I may. Sorry to do this, but it's to this report to be endorsed. If we're endorsing the report, we are endorsing a proposed tenure of future budgets. Is that what we're doing? A proposed tenure of future budgets?
You already have.
I think I have, but yes, you are, but it's still subject to the future budget decisions. Yeah.
Councillor Kelly.
A question to the CEO for you, Lord Mayor. I'm just getting a bit confused with the amount of master plans we have. I mean, master plans are great. I totally get it, and I fully support looking into the future in advance. What do we need? It's all lined up. But do we have a register of how many master plans we have? Do we have a prioritisation of those master plans that we can pull off in a year, or what is the structure here and the methodology behind master plans? Because you know, the amount of time and money, great report that we're doing on these. We're sort of setting ourselves up for a spanking here as well a bit, where, you know, we get all excited and a number of people have spoke.
Debate again. So I've got your question.
You know, question to you. So do you have a list of the master plans, and is there any methodology about going how many we do? What's the current state and prioritisation of those?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, I think you do raise a very good question. We certainly do have a register of the master plans and the various neighbourhood and structure plans that have been developed, but there has been a significant number in the last couple of years, and certainly this year and planned for next. So I think it's important that the council does take stock of those commitments and include those in the 10-year capital works program that I'm talking about, in terms of having that detailed and articulated so that there is clarity, and then that flows forward to our our long-term finance plan, which again is in place now and is cognizant of the future spending needs of the council, but certainly I think that there would be some merit in us actually having a specific audit and look at all of the actions that we have on our books. But again, this particular master plan is dealing with a reserve that needs to be renewed, so it is obviously needs to be part of that process into the future.
Okay, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Just a question. This plan proposes $9.388 billion over 20 years. How much have we spent on road asset renewal in the last year?
Ms.
I'd have
Reynolds.
to take that on notice.
Does the director have a rough indicative figure?
30 million, I think, isn't it? 30 million a year.
Through your Lord Mayor, it'd be approximately in the $10 million range.
Excellent, thank you. And a second question, how much have we spent to produce this report, this master plan? What was the consultant fees and so on?
Ms. Abbey.
Through your Lord Mayor, this was all done internally. Actually, I'll just double check. Yes, no external costs associated with this report.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Yep. Firstly, great to hear it was produced in-house. That's good stuff. And there's a lot of great stuff in the report and in the master plan, and there's no doubt about that. But like many others, I'm acutely aware of our financial situation. We're still, I think, 40 odd million in debt, and we'll be soon in a meeting or two looking at our budget. And I'll personally be looking to make sure that we absolutely minimise any rates increases. And whilst we don't have, this isn't approving specific budget items, it's clear here that we've been given an indication of financial commitments to come. So I'm sure it will be pulled out at some point in time that, for example, we've already said in year 2 that we'll spend 968,000, and in year 3 we'll spend another 1,000. I just worry about committing to something when we don't have the full picture of all the other works on the table. But just one question. If this master plan isn't approved tonight, there's nothing stopping specific works or maintenance activity from being drawn out of this document and put forward through the Capital Works program, is there, through you, Lord Mayor?
Yeah.
Thanks. Particularly the renewal work, there would be no issue with that. Obviously, future upgrades would be contingent on a future council decision, though. So.
So at this, given the time and place, and like I said, specifically the council's financial situation, but also the overarching oversight of all of the different priorities and plans and strategies and documents, I think it's best that we hold fire on this one and look at it again in 12 months' time, noting that the ball can still keep rolling in terms of whatever comes through the Capital Works program. So it's not as if this doesn't get signed off tonight that nothing will happen, because things can still happen without that.
Sorry, Councillor Kitsos.
Look, sitting here listening to you tonight, I'm hearing a broad range of opinions, and the financial responsibility in the room is terrific and very important. But what I'm confused about is I sit here and I look above the Lord Mayor with the statement that we have on our wall, which is that we resist mediocrity and sameness, and we walk in the fresh air between the best things in all life. And here we have a very beautiful report that's been put together in-house by the people who want the best for this city, that has done all the hard work, that has consulted with our community and our First Nations people to value and respect what we have in our Waterworks reserve. That why shouldn't we aim for a future that is great for that area? Why can't we enhance visitors to the region and protect our natural assets while being fiscally responsible?
Thank you, Councillor Kitsos. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the matter. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Aye. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Dutta, Berger, Kitsos, Coates, Posselt, Harvey, Sherlock and the Lord Mayor. And no.
And against?
Zuko, Kelly.
Okay, that one has passed. We're moving on now to item 15, which is fees and charges for the Tasmanian Travel and Information Centre. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Item 14, Mount Nelson and Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan Directions Report. Would someone like to put this, moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Any discussion, Councillor Lohberger?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the staff for producing this item. Look, it's with mixed emotions that I rise to speak on this tonight. While I am pleased that there has been acknowledgement of the wildly incorrect population growth forecast included in the original discussion paper, I am very disappointed that there has been no apology for this apparent mistake, which had the potential to significantly influence the final outcome of the consultation had it been allowed to stand. We do need to remind ourselves that this consultation process was brought forward as a direct response to the community's concerns about the UTAS proposal to abandon the Sandy Bay campus. The inclusion of a hugely overblown population growth forecast based almost entirely on the campus being abandoned, it completely undermined the very reason for the consultation, in my opinion. And I, for one, wish to apologise personally to the community for this. And also for the time and effort that a lot of people have had to expend to get this consultation process back on track. So thank you to those people. I do look forward to an outcome that is based not on a flawed population growth number cooked up by private consultants, but on the community's preferences for the future of their suburbs and the future of the public campus that connects both of those suburbs. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion?
Just a question. The statement that was made by Councillor Lohberger, so were these figures cooked up? I just want clarification on that. If I'm not
It's
too
in the report,
clear.
Councillor. But, sorry, yes, I'll ask through the CEO to Mr Noy.
Look, Lord Mayor, I think that question has been raised before and we've provided a response on notice on that, so I'd refer you to that previous response around those numbers.
So is it possible to refresh? Because I can't remember everything that comes through.
That was made.
Look, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to provide the response to the elected member after the meeting.
Sorry, I think the CEO wanted to add something too.
I think the intent of the question. So certainly the numbers were provided and on the basis of economics provided by consultants. The issue was that they were predisposed on one particular scenario when there's obviously multiple scenarios that are able to be realised for this location into the future. And again, that's been articulated in the report, but also in the previous response. But that's sort of the rationale to the issue. But certainly they were data that was provided through the economics that was part of that initial investigation that was done.
Alderman Zuko.
Look, I can understand Councillor Lohberger's points there, and I concur with some of the things he said, except for cooked up. I reckon it's now been deep fried. Because I think 2.4 really states it. Now, there was a lot of angst amongst a number of elected members over the period in regards to what was happening in Sandy Bay, which resulted in this neighbourhood plan and directions. And I think 2.4 really takes the cake in the sense that with regard to the UTAS campus, a range of different scenarios will be investigated regarding future redevelopment options, including the substantial retention of an educational site on the site. I really can't see any future redevelopment options in what they were proposing to turn it into housing and everything. I think they're moving more so into retaining the site because they're already selling off properties, and I can see more properties being sold off in the CBD, which probably created a massive issue for our CBD because some of the prices that were paid for some of these properties inflated other properties, which inflated rates and everything like that, which has actually created another problem for our businesses in the CBD. I think people have got to understand the whole scenario of what happened and why I become very much involved in the early days, but quietly behind the scenes, is because it was not very well thought. And I was on the working party that went down to the university on a number of times and withdrew. I actually, at the time, remember having a massive discussion quite a number of times with our former CEO in regards to what was happening there. And all I could see from the other side, I mean the university, is them selling us a concept in which I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, what are you selling this concept to me for when it's all about how much money you're going to make out of it and not about education. So I'm glad I work behind the scenes, and I've got to say I think that Councillor Lohberg apologising to the community was a very good thing to do. I can't apologise because I only work behind the scenes, but hopefully you'll apologise on my behalf, but I'm really glad now that it's deep fried and really getting burnt.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. You know what's odd I find the most disappointing? I find the most disappointing that we are standing here making light of the state's only university and some troubles that they find themselves in for various reasons. Some mistruths have been stated today that they're selling their properties off in the city because they're in financial trouble. No, it was always part of their plan to sell the hotels. They were an interim solution to cover a rise in international students. That's why they bought them, to house them, to snap up the demand when it was there, and now they're selling it. And we know from our discussions with the tourism sector, as part of the rates review, that in fact the hotel sector has its own pressures and its own demand, and that those hotels will be welcomed back into that market. But we do need to remember, when we're talking about UTAS, we are talking about the future education of our children. And I will draw you to a part of this excellent report that specifically references young people's desires in Sandy Bay. Now, young people are a voice that are frequently not heard because they don't vote and because they're disempowered and disenfranchised as a collective. Now, they said that, lo and behold, perhaps the high school is suited to the Sandy Bay UTAS campus site. Should it be changed from its present use? I think somebody promoted that idea during the election. I can't recall who. But they want to see an accessible school, young people. They want to see a thriving nighttime economy. And the directions report talks about areas of development and redevelopment that could provide opportunities where young people can mingle and not have to come into the city. They talk about the notion of an ocean pool at Long Beach, something that we don't have, I don't think, in Tasmania, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I'm not sure that we have an enclosed ocean pool anywhere in the country, in the state, sorry. We used to. Thank you, Councillor Lohberg. We used to, and it's gone. And I actually thank you to Councillor Kitsos for pointing out the words that we look at every night, because we resist mediocrity and sameness. And I think that we should actually draw ourselves to those words more frequently during debate, because some of the things that are presented in this directions paper are about resisting mediocrity and resisting sameness and being brave. Like an ocean pool at Long Beach, like the Battery Point Walkway, which is referred to throughout this document as a key transport link. It is a brave council that takes on the Battery Point Walkway. Consistent themes: increasing tree cover, increasing urban trees, better cycling infrastructure. People want Copenhagen-style cycling lanes on Sandy Bay Road to join into the Battery Point Walkway. People want a ferry out of the casino, and I note that the casino's feedback is that they don't want that. Well, casino, I tell you what, people who go on the ferry now already buy alcohol on the ferry to Belle Reeve. Imagine how much alcohol they're going to buy at your establishment when they get out from work on a Friday. It's a great thing. This is a great directions report, and I fully support it. I would also draw your attention to the fact that the Mount Nelson residents have fed back to us that there has been historic low investment in public infrastructure on Mount Nelson, an area which is close to my heart, and that a footpath link to the signal station would be welcomed. So lots of great things coming out of here. I thank the officers for their work, and I caution elected members to not be too disparaging of our university moving forward, because it does damage the brand of the university, which hurts every Tasmanian.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
Firstly, the students you mentioned being uni students are actually 18 when they start, so I would say they would be voting. Secondly, Rest Point, I would suggest, wouldn't particularly want the ferry there, because the biggest problem the ferry is currently supplying the areas is the problem of parking. And if we put a ferry jetty there, that will be great to bring them in, but you know what? A lot of people are going to park their cars at Rest Point. Now they've got to bring in more people to handle that, because that's what happened over in Bellerive. And it's not going to benefit them at all, but they'll actually lose amenity for their own clients, which is a problem with small businesses, that they are asked constantly to give away that of which they need to actually encourage clients to come visit them. So the question I do have with this particular plan, now that we've got rid of the ridiculous 7,000 number of increase of population, is, you know, it keeps on saying that we're looking at a variety of outcomes. Maybe they'll move, maybe they won't move. But honestly, I'm not really sure I've actually got an example in here that actually looks at what happens if they don't move. Is there actually the outcome budget in there that the university goes, oh, we've really stuffed this, we're going to move back in and just get on with the job? If that happens, has this been appropriately planned for? Because that's actually going to be quite material. They've already decided to move their law school back. They triple paid for the business building with another 81 million on top of that. I'm not sure how well that's going to go with student numbers as they are at the moment. So we probably have a very much a moving feast with what is actually going to happen, and really have we actually got all these scenarios mapped out appropriately. And I really speak to it not because I don't like a lot of these things, there are a lot of great things in here, but I really just want to know that it's not just simply another method to steamroll the community as it was originally, to force people to accept that the university is moving, because I can't accept that should just be the only outcome. We should be generous and understand that it could be no move, it could be full move, but we actually have to budget and plan across that spectrum, not just cherry pick and go, you know, we'll just do this bit over here. So can I just have that question answered, please? Basically being that the outcome being the major one, that if the university did not move, has that actually been appropriately included in this report? Not just a spectrum of maybe a bit here and a bit there, maybe a full move like they did originally, but is the full not move in there as well?
Yeah. Thanks, Lord Mayor. So as we said, so the initial discussion paper that went out was developed really on the one vision, which was the relocation of the university, and that's what the statistics and the numbers and the demographic projections that were included. So what we're saying now is that we will entertain a range of scenarios in terms of this discussion paper, which will range from where from where the discussion paper left off to that outcome you've just outlined, or any of a spectrum in between. And I think that's what the council needs to do now, is to be able to envisage and then plan for any scenario that may arrive. So the answer to the question, have we done that work yet? No. And that's part of what will happen next in terms of the workshopping, and then the investigations, and then the various directions that will come back to council and then to the community.
Further discussion. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to say that, with regards to this particular issue, it's been quite controversial, and we have had, divisions with regards to this, and we have had different positions and perspectives. The 2 points that I want to take from the report is this, that there were some members of SABE University campus spoke to me and drew my attention to the inaccurate figure, and I acknowledged it. I shared that with the Lord Mayor, and I'm sure the Lord Mayor shared that with the CEO. And the point that I want to make here is this: in page 304, attachment A, it states, the projected population increase for the study area has been calculated inaccurately. The statement has been made, and I think they have acknowledged it, which is very, very important. Now, was it cooked up? We have been given the answer. No, it really wasn't cooked up, but it was a different perspective in the context of the university moving. That is my understanding. But the second point, which is also important for me, is that from the discussion paper, The CEO has now moved on to presenting a directions paper which will take on board all the issues that has been raised. And therefore, I refer to page 316 in the consultation, which is also very important because there were statements made that it was flawed. But this is very clear. Council refutes many of the assertions in the submission, particularly that the community engagement process was flawed. And I think those 2 points are very important. That there was consultation, and it wasn't that it was flawed. There was consultation in the context of the university moving. And secondly, I think both points have been made. We've been acknowledged, the council acknowledges that it was incorrectly stated that, and I take that on board. So thank you very much.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? I'll just ask a question around the time frame. It does seem quite a long time to wait till early 2025 to put out this directions paper, because I guess I wasn't expecting necessarily something massive, just more of a bit of a summary directions paper. But what's the thinking behind early 2025?
Lord Mayor, it is resources. We have got a number of other things on our plate. North Hobart, implementation of the Central Hobart Plan, the LPS, all on our plate, and this is another body of work that does require a little bit more detailed work to get to a better understanding of the capacity of the neighbourhood to accommodate various growth scenarios. So it will take time, and we have limited resources.
All right, well, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 15 is the Tasmanian Travel and Information Centre fees and charges for 24-25. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion?
Yeah, just very briefly, Lord Mayor, just to...
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, 4.2. I understand, like, there's only one taken up and they're going to reduce the fees. That's what we do in business. But could I just allow the CEO to have some discretion there in the sense that, you know, I'm just going on hypotheticals. If he doesn't sell it at 450, he's set on that price. To my point of view, if you get 400 for it, you got 400 for it. So the CEO to have the discretion in areas where there are the advertising is not taken up, but the CEO has a discretion to negotiate a return for council at his discretion.
So that's an amendment? That's
an amendment, yes, Lord Mayor. And I'm only saying that, look, I work in the hospitality accommodation industry, and, you know, we look at, you know, you might want $500 a night, but you'll get that at, you know, at certain times of thing, and sometimes you've got to look at the times, and we just, you know, dynamic price accordingly. And because I've noticed that we only had one up, you know, if the CEO negotiates 400, it's 400 better in our pocket than nothing. So.
What was that, sorry? Second was Councillor Posselt. Okay, I might just pop some see if there's any comments on the amendment to give the CEO discretion to negotiate. Discussion, otherwise I'll put that. Any comments? Are you happy to take that on?
So I know that there's delegation at the moment to emit or to remit fees, or to not necessarily to change them. So in terms of negotiation, yeah, it would need to be a specific decision to enable that. So. Yeah.
Okay, so Alderman Bloomfield.
Look, I just want to support what Alderman Zuko is suggesting, because these discounts are really quite profound. I appreciate that we have difficult times ahead of us. I appreciate that we have recession, but it's pretty unusual to be discounting of these sizes, and I feel that we could certainly do better, but it would probably take an interpersonal relationship, i.e. direct negotiation, to do something better than this. I would suggest perhaps that we would negotiate some limitations so that we can say, look, we're happy for you to negotiate within this field to that field, something like that. That would probably be appropriate because that way you've got the freedom to do the job, but hopefully to bring home something better than what we've currently got.
Okay. No further comments on the amendment. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. If there's no further discussion on the motion as amended, I will put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 16 is proposed lease of City of Hobart land at Cornelian Bay Point. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Discussion?
Lord Mayor, I sent around an amendment earlier today.
Now, I think I did read it today. I wasn't going to declare an interest, but it's probably a bit close to my nephew's business. So I won't declare it.
You're 18.
No? What am I? Am I in the wrong? Oh, sorry. I wondered why Alderman Zuko's leaving for that vacant block of land. Anyway, sorry. My fault. Yeah.
Okay. So we have the mover was Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Councillor Harvey, you were on your feet. What did you want to say?
Let me catch up here.
Anyone else want to comment on this matter?
Hang on. The proposed lease of Cornelian Bay. We are on the one I thought I was on.
No, there's two Cornelian Bays though.
Mayor.
18's what you're on.
What number am I on? Number 17. I'm talking about item 16. Can everyone just stop telling me what I'm doing?
Right.
Mayor, if you're envisioning having a break, maybe we have a 5-10 minute break now, and that way people can get across the agenda items.
We're talking about the proposed lease, City of Hobart land at Cornelian Bay Point.
Yes.
Right. Got it? Item 16. Yeah, we all agree we're on item 16?
No, look, point of order. Sorry, I don't have this email you're talking about.
Well, went out through the EM.
Okay, it's not a point of order, but...
How can I be informed?
Well, sorry, but I sent it out through the elected members list, and if you're not on it, and
well,
some people
no
aren't on it...
We'll get the amendment in writing.
Anyway, it's not going to be too dramatic. I'd like to change part 2 of the motion. So, okay, part 2, I'd like it to read that it be a condition of the lease that following the end of the lease period, the site be returned to the City of Hobart in a generally flat condition, and the amendment is, I've included, following the contour of the original land. I've deleted topsoiled and seeded, and after that I've had planted with a mixture of coastal native plants, selection to be approved by the CEO, that all dumped material, including concrete, wooden pallets and green waste, is removed, and a shared use path is created along the existing road, and the plans to be approved by the CEO and after obtaining all necessary permits. And then it continues as per the motion, with Taswater responsible for maintaining the land during an 8-week maintenance and establishment period. So who didn't receive the amendment?
So if that can be forwarded...
You didn't receive it either.
I'll forward it to my Councillor Dutta.
So the elected member email list is ineffective. Okay, thank you very much. See that? Elected members.
So I've just, the CEO is proposing that we have it as a separate... yeah, please, thanks.
So what you're putting forward does have obviously cost implications, and it does have practical implications, which I don't believe we need to negotiate with Taswater in order to be including that. I would have thought. I mean, I'm not sure of the time constraints whether this sits on the table to consider an alternative. Effectively, I'm looking at as to whether that or whether we've got a time constraint in respect of getting a decision on this.
I could speak to the item.
Yes, but I think
the item, and I'll speak to it, or shall I wait until we've cleared up something?
No, you should move it probably. And
okay, so I've moved that amendment to part 2.
We need a seconder. Councillor Kitsos. So you wanted to speak to it, Councillor?
Yes.
I think you have spoken a bit to it.
Well, I spoke to the amendment.
Yep.
I read out the amendment
Yep.
after a bit of a kerfuffle caused by my colleague here. This site is a particular site that I know very well, and I can guarantee you what it's going to look like after Water have finished with it. They're going to plant more lawn, and they're going to bring topsoil in, which is going to come from some farm somewhere, mined topsoil to cover the land. They're going to plant it with seeds, and we're going to mow lawn for the rest of our lives. It's an opportunity to actually follow some of our current council policies, including the upcoming climate change strategy, which talks about rewilding certain areas or planting natives across the city. It addresses our climate change strategy. There's also another master plan that hasn't come to us yet that proposes a link track down Gasworks Road from the top of the hill where the walks are down to the oil terminal. So that will be paid for by us in the future, but we won't do it for years because we don't have any resources. The land I've asked to be cleaned and tidied up a number of times. It's never been done. So this is an opportunity to get that work done as part of our agreement. So we tidy up all the stuff that's been dropped on there. They called it, what do they call it? Fly tipping? No one knows what fly tipping means. I had to look it up. It's dumping shit on our land was what it means. And we've got a lot of crap on the land that needs to be removed. I don't want them to just plant seeds on the land and grow lawn, which we then mow for the rest of eternity. There's actually an opportunity to create a better outcome that's not going to cost... Anyone listening?
Sorry, I am, sorry.
Yeah, that's not going to cost the council money into the future to develop that road. And we already have can I just confirm, do we have a master plan that includes a road or a shared path through that area?
Mr. Noy.
Yes, you may recall a workshop that we did on this, possibly last month, I think, that identified a number of options, one of which for the headland was in fact a headland park.
Yeah, headland park.
As a potential outcome for this land. And it's envisaged that plan will come back to council in June or July for endorsement. Yeah.
So, and through you, Lord Mayor, would it be opportunistic of us to get part of that done as part of this agreement with Water, or to let them just do what's suggested in the original motion?
Look, I think that it is opportunistic to get some of that done, whether that includes complete replanting, rewilding, might be preempting the final outcome of the plan itself. But if we could leave some flexibility in terms of the form of planting and where it's planted, then I think that would be a better outcome.
Okay, because what I'm concerned about is they're going to come in with a bulldozer and one person, and he's going to level it out, and we're going to end up with a compacted surface, which they're then going to cover with soil. A loam that they're going to mine from a farm somewhere, bring it into town, or they'll mine it from a subdivision where they'll take away topsoil, they'll spread it on this land on a compacted area that they've just had their gear on, and then they're going to plant grass seeds, and we'll end up with a lawn that we'll mow forever. And the cost of mowing lawn, I don't think anyone would know the per metre rate of mowing lawn, but to have something that actually provides a natural benefit rather than an ongoing legacy of more lawn mowing for Hobart is a better outcome. So I hope you can support this motion, and how you negotiate it, CEO, is up to you, but it's a better negotiation than to just surrender and say you can have this for this fee and just give it back to us as a lawn we mow forever. And the road opportunity also is there for us to exploit as well. Can we get a road from the top to the bottom without having to cover all of the costs ourselves? They're going to use our land for possibly 3 years. There's a big benefit to Hobart by not just handing it over, taking the cash and getting them to restore it in a way that I don't think will be appropriate for the site.
Okay, I'm just before we go on further comments on the amendment, I'm just making sure that everyone has Councillor Harvey's amendment in writing now. If you could forward it to the CEO and Mr. Young. And I've just also talked to the CEO about potentially, Councillor Harvey, if you were to add to the end of item 3 and report back to council if the terms are not agreed to, then it allows the CEO to come back if those terms you've put in, proposed to put in there aren't accepted by Taswater.
Yep, okay, that's good.
So I'd need to check with the seconder of that. Who was the seconder? I was Councillor Kitsos. Are you happy with that? So all of that needs to go to Mr. Ford as the amendment and to the elected members. Okay.
Let's go to Mr. Who?
Mr. Ford.
Ah,
yeah.
Where's?
Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. Just on the amendment. Look, as I agree with the sentiment, and I completely understand where Councillor Harvey's coming from. I just, in my mind, this is micromanaging a process where the council officers are responding to, Taswater's approach to lease this site. I do note that they're going to use it for bulk earthworks, so regardless of what we do, I think that site will end up being a bit flattened. I just think that when it comes to looking to influence how Taswater remediate land that they're in control of.
No, it's our land.
Well,
Sorry,
but they have
Councillor
lease.
Harvey, please don't.
But they have a lease over. I think that council shouldn't be silent on it, but the way we should advocate in that space is actually the fact that we have a Taswater representative and we are a shareholder in Taswater. I just don't think going in and trying to muddle up this lease agreement is the best way of getting that outcome. Although I can agree with the sentiment of what is trying to be achieved, I just think it potentially creates a little bit of a messy situation. It puts the staff in an awkward spot trying to renegotiate this proposal, and I think we're better off doing it as a holistic influence on Taswater to say to Taswater, what is your process when it comes to remediating land that you're giving up, whether it's this plot or other plots. And it's a governance issue for Taswater, which we can influence because we are a shareholder and we do have a representative. And it may be a point that we can take up with LGAT, we can take up with Taswater directly, but I would hope that Taswater will be wanting to get this land back to the best, most natural environment, regardless of what's in the lease. And I guess I'm more concerned with the governance of when they hand back leases, not so much this specific one. And I think that's the avenue that we should explore as a council, not seek to change what's before us tonight. Thanks.
Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, I just have a question through you. This is a lease document, still in the process. It hasn't been finalised with the other party.
CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. So nothing's finalised until the council's made a decision. So negotiations have occurred, but it obviously requires a council decision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's my understanding that this is not finalised. Whatever amendments we are making can be taken back to then say this is what we want. And I think that's a point made, and it's a valid point, that it is our land. And we want the best out of it at the end of the day when it's returned to us. And so therefore to include that would be a wise move that can be taken back for negotiations. And they can then say, no, we can't do this or do that or whatever. And I think that's an important aspect.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this is similar to the car parking situation we were talking about a bit earlier. I mean, I think it's incumbent upon our management team to actually do this. I do get concerned with micromanaging, as was mentioned before. Yeah, it's really important. I'm totally on board with what Councillor Harvey says about this. But is this what we pay these managers for, to take care of our parks and rec? We've got managers, we've got middle managers, we've got the equipment, we've got the knowledge. I just would have probably hoped this comes from within our council and the rank and file of all that sort of stuff, instead of us having to devote a lot of time and effort and about what plants we put in and do all that stuff. So it's a bit, I just think we've got to try and make sure our officer level people are presenting this to us. There it is in the lease, done and dusted, and we're not microanalysing all this sort of stuff. But in this instance here, I tend to support what Councillor Harvey is saying, but for future reference, with all things, I just think we're wasting more and more time here in this chamber micromanaging and doing stuff that other people in the council should be doing. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Oh, sorry, is this were you the mover of the motion?
I didn't move the motion, I moved the amendment.
And who seconded the amendment again? Okay, so we've now done the amendment, discussed the amendment. So I'm going to put the amendment, and everyone's seen it, and Mr. Young, not Mr. Ford.
Who you were talking about, Mr. Ford?
Where's Ford?
There's some bloke on the...
Just promoted him.
In my spare time, Councillor Harvey.
Or over there. Yeah, asleep
Right,
in the corner.
I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
So I have Dutta, Kelly, Bloomfield, Lohberger, Kitsos, Passelt, Councillor Elliott's hands down, I think. Deputy Lord Mayor Harvey and the Mayor.
And against?
I have Coates and Elliott.
Okay, so that's
You want the Taswater,
passed.
yeah?
The amendment's passed, so I'm now going to put the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okie doke, we can call back Alderman Zuko.
Do we have to?
We might just do this one last item in the open and then take a 20-minute dinner break.
Buzzer's not working. Didn't hear the buzzer.
24,000.
Out of order?
I might see the proposer in a second.
One of the bench.
I'll press it next time.
That's right.
I didn't know it was there.
It's like I wasn't drinking alcohol, I'm just drinking water.
Just proposing to do this one item, then we'll take a 20-minute dinner break before we reconvene the meeting.
What are we up to?
Item 17, the lease renewal for part of 2 Davies Avenue, Queen's Domain. Would someone like to move this recommendation? Moved by Alderman Bloomfield? No. Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Posselt, seconded. Any discussion on this?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
I'm declaring interest there too, it's still cooked.
Look, I just note in section 3.4 that the assessed value of the leasehold is calculated at $22,000 per annum with a range of $20,000 to $24,000, but that a rental amount of only $20,000 is proposed, which is the lowest possible end of the range, 20% lower than the maximum. Given that land in Hobart is currently attracting a premium rate and the council is about to enter a very tight budget process for this coming financial year, I just would seek to amend the leasehold amount to the higher end of the acceptable range and ask that it be raised to $24,000 per annum, which is within that acceptable range. And I'm not sure if I need to move an amendment or whether I could just ask the movers to accept that.
No, it's an amendment, I think.
Amendment.
John will have something to say.
The amendment, Councillor Dutta.
Dutta, sure. I think I've made my case there. I don't need to speak any further on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Just, I guess, speaking to the amendment and potentially a question, look, the way I read this report was we got that range, they entered into extensive negotiations and the negotiations fell at the bottom end of the range. I'm very disappointed it fell at the bottom end of the range, but I guess the question is, you know, what further scope of negotiations do we have? Is it an appropriate tactic that by changing here, you know, we say, well, we're just not going to agree to that as a council, and that, but I guess from my perspective, we empower officers to negotiate these things on our behalf, and yes, as part of that, they say, look, this is going to have to come back to council because it's public land, but you know, it would seem odd to me because then in the future, when they go and try and act in the best interests of the council, well, what are they doing? They can't. You know, I think that there's been a range given. They've negotiated something. Yes, it fell at the bottom, but you know that's just a fair process of what happens sometimes in negotiations. So look, I agree with what we're trying to do here, but I I'm just a little bit hesitant that it's a good commercial way of operating, and I think as a council we do need to be, you know, if we're negotiating with a party and they come to an in-principle agreement, and then that agreement comes back to us for endorsement, and we're told it falls within what would be an acceptable range, I feel a bit funny if we then change the acceptable range, if that makes sense. So I don't know if officers want to make comment, they don't have to, but that's my reading of it. Albeit I am disappointed that when you're given a range, it seems to be negotiated to the bottom, so maybe we need a new crack team, I don't know. Thanks.
Sia, did you want to comment on this before we... Oh, sorry, Alderman Bloomfield. Do you want to just... I wouldn't...
You go.
Do you want to provide any advice to us on the changing?
Well, obviously, it's at the discretion of the council to change the amount. Clearly, there's been discussions and an in-principle agreement with the proposed lessee in terms of the renewal, but obviously, point 3 of this recommendation requires or enables that I negotiate and agree the final terms of the lease. Clearly, that needs to be consistent with what the council agrees. If that amount changes at 1, then so be it. That is what we need to seek to negotiate, but that doesn't guarantee that we will be able to reach an agreement for them to pay that amount. And similar to the last matter, that I think if they're not willing to pay that amount, then obviously it would need to come back to the council for further discussion.
Alderman Bloomfield, sorry.
Look, I have probably a more pressing issue. This is a 10-year lease, correct? Because that's how I read this, and there's no provision in here for CPI adjustments on an annual basis. Now, after 10 years, I can tell you this will not be worth $20,000. We'll be far below the commercial rate. So I feel this has got to be looked at. We would be encouraging an amendment, whether or not I adjust your amendment or whatever else, but I can't accept anything without a CPI over a 10-year period. That's unbelievable.
Well, we might just get some advice, but then you may well want to ask Councillor Lohberger to put an amendment in, but we'll just seek some advice on
They've got evaluation.
It would be unusual that a lease doesn't have an indexation by CPI built into it, but you're saying you can't see one in the lease.
Well,
so
here it just simply says no less than $20,000 per annum. That's it.
I'd need to take that on notice. I don't have a copy of the lease in front of me, but the other way into this is through leases like these. They have provisions for rent review, which is how it's picked up. So the payment doesn't stay static. It's reviewed annually or such like over the course. I'm happy to take it on notice, though.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's no mention of...
Councillor Bloomfield, I just think if it's you could just propose and that the amendment include index to CPI, and then...
There's no mention of when a rent review is either, and that's a classic term that I'm not seeing here either. I would have expected if you're going to agree to something, these are your primary material terms that we need to agree to. Understand. They're not small incidentals.
So, sorry, before people... If you wanted to proceed with that, do you want to just leave it as a question on notice for Mr. Young to look into, or do you want to give a direction in the amendment? That's your choice.
I would like to supply a direction. I just needed to confirm that that they're not in here. We don't have it.
I'll just see if the mover of the
I'm
amendment
happy to accept
would
that
like to add in some words like index to CPI or something. Is the seconder of that amendment happy with that? That's Councillor Dutta. Sorry, I think Councillor Posset was on his feet first.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I'd move a procedural motion to defer this to the next meeting with officers able to take a more robust review of the comments that elected members have made this evening, because there's been multiple concerns raised about the lease, and I think it would be, I just think it's a bit loose for a commercial lease arrangement for the next 20 years to kind of do it on the fly. Let's have the report back next month instead.
Okay, so that's a procedural motion. It'll need a seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor, and because it's a procedural motion, I just have to put that now. So I'll put that procedural motion that this matter be deferred to next council meeting. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour?
Dutta, Kelly, Bloomfield, is your hand up, down? Councillor Loberger, Kitsos, Pacellis, Elliott, Harvey, Sherlock and Lord Mayor. And against?
And against?
Bloomfield and Coates.
Okay, so
Can I make a comment? I didn't have my hand up before.
No, sorry, that's what happens with procedural motions. Unfortunately, Councillor Kelly, sometimes it does cut, but there'll be a chance next month. I am going to move that we suspend this meeting for a 20-minute dinner break, which means coming back at 5. 56, so we're going to reconvene the meeting. I think we've now got a quorum. Ask everyone to take their seats, and we will open item 19, which is the yellow road safety. Oh, I'm sorry. I get ahead of myself. Okay, item 18 is another lease. Okay. So another lease, Cornelian Bay Sports Ground, Taswater.
That was the one I was.
Anyone like to? Oh, Alderman.
I buggered up. That was the one I was supposed to.
You didn't miss anything with number 17, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, Alderman interest in item 18. So, would anyone like to move this recommendation on Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by this one, Councillor Dutta? Discussion, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question to relevant staff. What are the consequences of refusing this?
Mr Noy.
Taswater will need to find another place for their operations. This operation relates to duplication of a sewer main between Macquarie Point and Sells Point. This is strategically well located for that purpose. If they don't get this site, then they might have to position further afield.
Thank you, Director. I guess for me, I guess encourage elected members to take a critical view of the proposal before us and really thoroughly scrutinise it. I am pretty reluctant to allow this type of activity in that specific location. I know that it's not a great loss of, there's 3 trees to be removed as part of the lease arrangements that appear small. But it's a very highly utilised area of high public amenity that we're allowing pretty heavy vehicle usage, as well as crib rooms and construction workers coming and going. And it will fundamentally change that part of Cornelian Bay. I guess I've also got some concerns about how it will be remediated after the fact. Perhaps the Director can talk us through any of those concerns.
Mr Noyes.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, appreciate the concerns. I think that's why we've taken a precautionary approach to this lease, requiring Taswater to engage, particularly with adjacent residents and businesses, to establish their support or otherwise with this lease. In relation to the current condition of that land, it is fairly dry and dried grassed area. It has little natural values apart from those landscaping adjacent to Bell Street. So, and the draft master plan for Sells Point and Cornelian Bay, in fact, has this location identified as a potential sports ground, which junior sports ground, which we are desperately in need of within the city. So, and it's proposed to return it to topsoil and seeded in that state with an 8-week maintenance period.
I think Councillor Posselt's still going with his contribution.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, so I mean, I guess some of that ameliorates some of the concerns. I'll ask a question at the end, just a final question about the hockey centre, but I do think that there are probably more appropriate locations other than the proposed that's in a reasonable vicinity of of the works being undertaken, including the dirt car park above the boat sheds, which has less public movement through it, and the hockey centre car park, which we know is underutilised and already hard stand, and just a short walk through a tunnel under the highway. Because of all of those concerns, I'm going to foreshadow for refusal, which was what will happen if it doesn't get voted up anyway.
So, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, Lord Mayor, if I was living in one of those houses opposite there, the last thing I'd want there is quarry material stockpiles, spoil materials, crib rooms and toilets. Approximately 1 kilometre around from this area here, we've got the big area where the failed wetlands area was. I believe around that Wholesales Point area there's heaps more room. This is a beautiful area. It's got people playing sport there all the time. You've got the Boathouse restaurant just not far down the road, and a parkland area straight across the road there as well. And to turn it into this quarry-like council works depot, no doubt it's going to have all fencing around it and portable toilets. It's just not the desired character, I believe, for this. And I'd agree with Councillor Posselt here. I just think this whole thing should be knocked on the head right here and now. And it's not as if there's somewhere that's not more appropriate in a very close proximity to this. Thank you.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, again, I just think we're sort of doing this in the wrong avenue in the wrong way. But in regards to the foreshadowed, we are a shareholder. We have a representative. We can engage with Taswater. No one builds a 4.5 kilometre sewage pipe for the fun of it. And they're a public utility that's part owned by us. I think at some point we've just got to say to them, but they have processes around making sure that when they look to put in this sort of infrastructure, they do it in the most appropriate manner, taking into account, the impact that the infrastructure has. But at the end of the day, I guess we do need sewage works. We do need this sort of infrastructure, and to just knock back, I know that part of this report is to consider the views of the community. There will be some people impacted, but I just think if we have concerns of the way that Taswater go about developing and planning and putting forward their proposals, we need to directly take that up with Taswater rather than sort of individual projects and individual processes sort of trying to nitpick and we knock that one back, we do this here, we propose a change of how to remediate the land there. I think it needs to be more holistic in looking at the way Taswater operate. Yes, we're a landholder and yes, we need to agree to it, but I think if we're concerned about these issues, we need to get in at the very beginning and look at how their governance process and community engagement processes and planning processes around their infrastructure work. Because I just fear that we're trying to sort of change things at the very end, and it's just in the end what it'll do inevitably is create a lot of argy-bargy between us and Taswater and go back and forth. And I just fear that I would hope that Taswater have done the right thing, and at the end of the day, this is the only way to put the 4.5 kilometre pipeline in that's feasible. But maybe not. Maybe we need to have a review. But I just think rather than just knocking back motions like this, we actually should look to engage with them separately and raise our concerns.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Okay, the first question is that halfway through this, it actually says that in this meeting tonight we have another piece of land they're considering anyway. Is that for the same purpose? I haven't actually kind of found the page yet. Oh, okay, right. Well, the other thing...
Answer that one, I didn't really know.
I understand it's for the same project, the pipeline, yeah.
The land out on the bay, so
yeah.
they need both bits of land.
My understanding.
Okay, and the same problem we had from before. This is only 3 years, but it's still, once again, we've got an annual rate of 37, but no adjustment for CPI and no rental review, which would be very material in this case.
Sorry, Alderman Bloomfield. Any further discussion? Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, if we could get a really good outcome, like as Mr. Noy has said, this particular space in the master plan is designated as a sports field for junior sports. That would be a good outcome. I'm happy with that. I think that this is appropriate for Cornelian Bay. It's a really hugely popular sports precinct. There's always stuff going on there. It's cricket. There's people bring out their badminton nets and their volleyball nets, and all sorts of things happen on that site. So I'd be happy to see another formal ground in that corner, because that area is underused. It does have that garden right on the edge of Bell Street. If we had an assurance from Tas Water that said we will deliver you a football pitch, I'd be really keen on this. But what they're going to do is chuck down some topsoil and grow some grass, which then through you, Lord Mayor, we're going to come back and dig it up again, because it's not a good surface at the moment. But if they were to restore it, if we could negotiate for them to restore this as a playing standard pitch, maybe that's a better outcome than them just they're going to compact it, and they're going to leave it compacted when they go, and they're going to chuck down topsoil and try and grow grass on it. And then we're going to come in once we get some funding for this master plan to dig it all up again, put down a proper playing surface with irrigation to make it into a nice junior level pitch. So who negotiated these things? Couldn't we have got a better outcome by showing them the master plan that we have to say, well, this is what the outcome we're looking for. Can you be a partner in this rather than a tenant that's going to leave the house and they might not get their bond back? So I just think there could be better outcome. But I'm supportive of it being used, but I'd also don't think it's going to get up once the neighbours all know that there's going to be something happening across the road. But if it's managed well, the other issue I have is they're going to have to use the car park, because to enter this area, either they build a new road into that space, or they use the existing gate that the council used to mow the lawn endlessly in perpetuity, or they build another road in. So they're going to have big vehicles moving through a small space. And that's a valuable car park for the dog walkers, and Panda and Evie won't be happy about it. So we've got to consider all the people, all the users of that park. There's always cars in the car park. There's the boat house across the road with a big car park as well. So there will be disruption. Another area that I don't know if it's being considered is an existing laydown area between the hockey centre and the Friends Sports Ground, which is council land, and that land was used when they did the resealing in Newtown. Correct or not correct? Correct. And through you, Lord Mayor, why hasn't that land been considered as an option for the laydown area?
Mr. Nye.
Sorry, look, I can't necessarily answer that, other than to say that this location is in the direct alignment of the pipeline, so it's much more direct location for their operations.
So the next question is, how much disruption, Lord Mayor, through you, Mr. Noy, how much disruption will occur in that park while they're digging up the area to put the pipeline in? Is the park going to be shut down for quite a while they dig a long trench? And where the hell's the trench going anyway?
Look, insofar as the Cornelian Bay Reserve is concerned, my understanding is that it's adjacent to the Brooker Avenue, so it's not through the centre. So clearly it's a trench. They will have to fence off those works, but they won't have to close the full ground. That would not be necessary.
So does this mean it'll happen faster than if they've got to drive around, across the Brooker from where the hockey centre is?
Most definitely. The proximity of this site is immediate to their work site, and so it would reduce travel time and the congestion and the cost associated with that.
One more. Is it possible to move this forward into the park a bit more so there's a bigger buffer between Bell Street and the temporary works depot? Are you with me?
I am with you, but no, because I think it will create an issue for a current playing surface. If you have a look on on the attachment, there is an outline showing egress and access off Bell Street, not through the car park. And it shows you a general layout and also the adjacent sports ground. So moving it to the north, you'd impact on the existing playing surface.
Okay, so you would clip off that bit of the soccer field there. Yep. And the gateway into the works area will be through the existing gate?
No.
Where's the new pathway into this?
If you have a look at the bottom of that aerial photograph, you'll see 2 arrows from Bell Street. Remove 1 tree to create driveway.
I haven't got any arrows.
Egress.
Where's the arrows? My arrows are blurry.
Okay, I think we're getting into a lot of...
No, but I don't know. I don't understand how you're going to get in there.
They're going to construct 3 driveways.
It's got 2 driveways.
I'm on the wrong page. Okay.
Okay, further discussion. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am of the view that the council staff, have the understanding and the background about these things, and therefore they brought this to us with that understanding. That's the way I look at it. The recommendation is very clear for me. It says it's simply approval in principle, but it is subject to consultation with the community members. And I think they will come up with a number of other things or refusals. And if it's refused, strongly refused, as points have been made, then it will come back to us for reconsideration. And I think it's just a matter of process. It's very clear for me. It's only in principle that we are supporting, subject to, like any contract that you have. If you have a subject to, it has to be fulfilled before you go ahead with it. So that's my understanding. And if, like Councillor Harvey did earlier on, brought in an amendment to make it better, we could do the same thing, to add something that he is thinking along so that the staff could take it back and negotiate. Thank you.
Sorry, Alderman Bloomfield, haven't you spoken? No. You haven't spoken yet.
No.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Oh, actually, yeah, I did. No, I do have a question, and that was, do you really think it's proper process to do all of this in council before we shop it to the people who are directly affected? I feel that's backwards, and it really concerns me that that's going to put our council in a bad light.
It's quite a subjective question. It's probably hard for the staff to respond to, but Mr. Noy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, it's difficult. We needed to establish whether the council had an appetite to even entertain this before we spoke to or suggested Taswater speak to adjacent residents. So, yeah, that was the decision. Yeah.
Okay, I had another question. That was, we're talking about the approximate annual rent due of $37,000. Is that the final number? Are we going to actually have CPI and other things assessed to this? Because I feel that's very non-commercial to just throw that out there.
Question, Mr. Noy. I think that...
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that.
I'm just asking about the $37,000 for the rent.
Yep.
Are we going to apply CPI? Are we going to be looking at rent reviews, doing a normal commercial process? Because this is another lease that we've just had again, where that's missing.
Through me, please.
Sorry.
And I think it is it says in the document it's a 1-year lease.
Yeah, with the possibility of extension, Lord Mayor, but slightly different to the other one. That was 10 years. This is a shorter period, but the point's taken, and we could certainly include a review.
Councillor Kelly, have you spoken?
Question to the Director, if I may. Yeah, continuing on what Alderman Bloomfield said, with the neighbours, I just see this as a really big thing. This is our number one priority as councillors, is to look after our ratepayers. Will these ratepayers, if they object to that, does it come back to council for us to decide if there's a wall of opposition with this?
No.
Lord Mayor, certainly that's the recommendation that the officers have put. If there are legitimate and serious concerns, then it comes back to council.
Councillor Kitsos.
I had a question. I'm just wondering whether we have a set of guiding principles for this kind of heavy-duty depot lease, and obviously the 1 to 3 year period is a significant difference when explaining what the impact is going to be to residents.
Mr. Noy, do we have guidelines for these kind of?
No, not necessarily. I mean, these are one-off proposals that we consider on their merits. We do understand that there may well be some concerns, or not. It may be that Taswater can overcome any concerns that are raised. So we. Yep.
Can I add to that question?
Of course, yeah.
I wanted to pick up on the comment that Councillor Coates made in terms of just the process of this kind of discussion and how this comes about. If we had a set of guiding principles for these kind of heavy-duty depot leases that are going to impact residents, perhaps we could apply that when we're looking at proposed sites.
Further discussion?
I had one more question, and that is, if the residents don't like this, is this going to be the plain old, oh look, here's the DA, you can actually only object on these basis, and I just feel that's a bit of a conflict created, not giving a genuine like or dislike, it's simply a DA. Is this what's going to happen? It's going to just be a DA, we've set the rules and we've set the terms, we've set the lease. I just feel this is a bit of a stack-up. I'm worried.
Alderman Bloomfield, I'm just concerned about the questions and the commentary in them, but the CEO wanted to jump in here.
Yeah, so the process would be, and assuming obviously the council has its discretion to not approve this tonight, in which case we go back to Taswater and they need to find another venue in consultation with our staff, and certainly we'll talk further with council about it. But if there were reasonable objections, it would come back to council, and council has another opportunity to say, no, we're the landowner, so we provide the consent, and so it wouldn't get to the development application or the planning permit stage until the council was agreeable to the site, having considered the representations or the objections.
Councillor Lohberger.
I've just got another question through you, Chair. Just point 2, and the CEO just mentioned this, reasonable objections. Can we get a bit of a rundown on what a reasonable, on what that threshold is for reasonable objections?
Look, obviously that's probably one for the lawyer.
Yeah, thank you. Look, to boil it down to first principles, reasonable in the legal context means it's an objective test. So it has to be, somebody has to bring forward an objection, if you will, that is reasonable if the hypothetical man on the street was to look at it as having merit and being reflective of a reasonable position or view to hold, rather than a subjective view, which might be, I just don't like it, or I don't like the colour of the excavator. There has to be an objective reasonableness component to it. That's why that the language is framed that way. It's quite deliberate, I would suspect.
Further discussion? Councillor Harvey,
additional
you've already
questions,
spoken.
Yeah, additional questions. Now that I've seen, I didn't quite recognise the egress into the site from 3 locations, which I didn't realise would be along Bell Street in front of the houses. So could I get an indication of what size heavy vehicles will be driving along Bell Street, the impact on the road as well, and whether or not they're going to cover the cost of repairing the road if they damage the road?
Another question. We're getting into a lot of...
No, but I don't know enough details.
Well, maybe we should be third or something, because there's a lot of questions. Mr. Noy.
Look, the plan indicates heavy vehicles, so one would imagine that involves excavators and plant machinery being moved into the site and out of the site.
So it'll be low loaders?
Well, look, possibly. I mean, they talk about some material, material being stored there, but whether you need to understand that this material will be worked potentially through this location to the work site anyway, because of the where the location of the pipe is going to be positioned. So they will need to move material onto the actual work site itself. So this is potentially a staging location for some of that material.
And the road will be repaired should it be damaged?
Well, if it can be demonstrated that it's attributed to that plant and equipment, yes, I'd imagine so.
Further discussion? May I ask you, say a few comments? I am really quite disappointed in this entire sort of package of leases that we didn't get. Taswater didn't outline their plans to us when they met with us. We talked about the land, but this entire project is obviously got multiple arms and legs, and we just don't have the complete picture. I don't really understand why they need this and also that other land. I don't have any information about alternatives. I think Councillor Kelly's right, there are other areas, there are other options in this, this vicinity, and I think we don't have that information for us as to the alternatives that staff put forward and were discounted by Taswater and what some of the alternatives would be. I think for such a significant disruption to this location, I think we do need to have alternatives. I think we do need much more idea about some getting some more clarity on the construction issues, construction management issues, around roads and access, and I also think the operating time 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays and also on Saturdays is a bit unreasonable, given the location of this and the sporting elements as well. So I'm really uncomfortable with approving this tonight. If this is our only alternative, so be it. But I think we should be adding some extra sort of some extra conditions given how disruptive this potentially is. And I just want to have some confidence that I've got a sense of the entire project and how all the elements fit in, and that Taswater have been really disciplined about thinking about the land they actually need, rather than saying, we'll have that bit and that bit and that bit. And I just haven't got that entire picture. And I just think Taswater probably should present that to us. And, they did come and talk to us, but we didn't get this side of the story. So reluctantly, I'm not going to approve this tonight.
Lord Mayor, I'll move a deferral motion if it hasn't been done already.
Okay, so would someone like to second? Seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yep.
All right. All those in favour of a deferral, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
Dutta, Kelly, Lohberger, Kitsos, Harvey, Sherlock and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Bloomfield, Coates, Casselt, Elliott.
Okay. Item... let's go. Yeah, Alderman Zuko back.
So weren't we just voting on the deferral?
Yes.
So
it's deferred.
Yeah.
Right.
Pending more information about options.
Alternate sites.
Item 19 is the Yellow Ribbon Road Safety Council MOU. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 20 is an inquiry into the importance, I think it's a Senate inquiry into the interests, and this is a City of Hobart joint submission. Actually, no, it's a joint standing committee. It's a federal government inquiry. Moved by Councillor Dutta, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Any discussion on the submission? There being none, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 21 is the Capital Works Program report. So this is a progress report on the current Capital Works Program. Any discussion on this? Moved by, need a mover. Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Comments?
Just a very quick question, if I may. I think the CEO was aware of this proposal, but the Castray Esplanade light pole replacement schedule, which seems rather expensive, I raised that the Tasports had the same problem with their infrastructure, and I was just wondering if there was an update at all on their infrastructure and public safety or joint procurement. I guess just let it be noted on the public record in this setting that there is a pole that will fall over at the forecourt of Pier 1. It's the worst of all of them. So Tasports, you're on notice in a public setting that you need to fix that.
Further discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 22 is Declaration of Office, Councillor Gemma Kitsos. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? Councillor Kitsos, did you want to say anything at all?
Can't miss that opportunity. Just it's been really great to get a seat at the table, and I look forward to representing my community here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Curious. The declaration of office, has that been done in your office? Oh, sorry. Okay, because it would have been nice to hear it in here. That's all. That's yeah, it's okay. No problem.
We can do it again.
That's fine. I'm happy to have do it again because I just think, personally, I think there's, you know, it means a lot more to me, to any elected member that comes in this chamber to do that. You know, I know it was done in your office, but to me it means a lot more to every elected member doing it here. But would have been nice. Anyway, just look, if someone else happens to come in and think, can we, even if it's in your office, can we have it also done here? Just a question.
The question is valid as well, but the issue was the timing in that we needed to actually do the declaration in order to receive the agenda and to be able to actually conduct the business of an elected member. So unfortunately that was the way that needed to be done, and obviously we usually like to make more of the ceremony.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 23 is the internal-external vacancies caused by the resignation of the Deputy Lord Mayor. We have a number of jobs that people might want to nominate for. We might, there's a recommendation here, so we'll just go through. Oh, what's your thoughts? I just suspend standing orders or to get nominations? Okay, so would someone like to suspend standing orders? Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Posselt. So are there any nominations for the future Hobart Portfolio Chairperson? Considering also that there'll be some... Councillor Kitsos, you'd like to do that? Yes. Any other nominations for that role? There being none, we'll note that one is approved. We'll put it in.
Put it
Yeah.
as put it in and put it as a...
Should we do them all as a job lot? Go through them all?
Yeah, that's what we can do. So the Heritage Account Special Committee, it only meets about once every 6 months. Anyone want to do that? I think we might have to declare that. Can it stay vacant? We could ask if the CEO appoint an officer, an additional officer to it, or we might have to set a price. Does it have to be an elected member?
Look, it's not absolute. Well, let's get advice on it again, and let's get those filled that we're able to, and then those that are remaining, we'll look at it. We'll look at options.
Okay. The Risk and Audit Panel. Councillor Elliott. Any other nominations for the Risk and Audit Panel? There being none. Councillor Elliott is elected to that role. Local Government Association of Tasmania proxy voting delegate. Councillor Sherlock.
I think you skipped over Future Hobart.
That's right.
Make that again. Other
Southern Tasmanian Councils also.
Oh, sorry, you haven't actually finished the first one. I always put my hand up for that one, please.
Which one?
The one you just did, the Local Government Association.
Sorry, we've got 2 nominations for that. So Councillor Sherlock and Alderman Bloomfield. So did we want to do a vote on that, or what was your plan?
Put a name on a piece of slip and I'll run around with the box.
Yeah, that's all good.
Tally them up.
Okay.
Yeah. Got their own paper? I need to get some. No. You've probably got some spare ballot slips, have we, Kathy?
Use the back of it.
While we're doing that, I might just run through the others, see where there's interest. The Southern Tasmanian Councils Authority, Councillor Bloomfield is interested in that one. Is anyone else interested in that one? There's no other nominations for Southern Tasmanian Councils Authority, so Councillor Bloomfield is that one. The Tas Water Owners Representative, and that's a proxy for Councillor Coates. Does anyone want to just be there on occasion if Councillor Coates doesn't want to do it?
Sorry? It's proxy for me, actually, Lord Mayor. Yeah, that's last elected council.
Just the name of the person you want.
What's this one for?
This is
for
the local government.
So this is a proxy for Councillor Lohberger on Taswater, Owners Representative. Anyone interested? We'll leave that one as vacant because maybe that could be a staff member for now. I don't understand 1 and 2. Okay, so we've got.
Councillor Pittos needs to be appointed by us to the planning committee. Is that the point of that?
We get to that in a minute. It's in the recommendation when we go back to that.
No one.
Yeah, please. So council appoints them to it. Do you want me to help?
I haven't missed a meeting, so.
Lord Mayor.
Let's put your hand up. Nobody went for it, so if you want it, it's yours.
Councillor Kelly.
Could I offer the backup to Ben Lohberger for the Councillor Lohberger for the Taswater job, please?
Sure.
Councillor
Kelly is nominated for Taswater proxy. If there's no other nominations, then that one's fine.
That should help getting a sort of tour of the dam as well. You know, really, I went and had a good look at it the other day. I'd like to get down there and huge load. Absolutely. Run it down really low, and so all the banks are exposed. So they covered it all in white plastic. It's just horrible. Oh, it's because the dam's failing, so they had to lower it.
We had an informal.
Yeah.
So now it's even.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. At the back, 7-4.
What they draw in it?
Yeah.
So the result of the ballot is Councillor Sherlock is the proxy voting delegate for Legat. That's a proxy if I'm not available to go to Legat things. So, okay, so we now have nominations. We have those. So we'll make those changes to the recommendation. So we could now look at the. I'll ask someone to restart standing orders, please.
Okay, I'll move. We start. Restart
Moved
standing
by
orders. Harvey.
Councillor Harvey, second by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Move the motion that those
Okay,
delegations
so the
be
motion, the
approved.
recommendation includes one, which is that Councillor Kitsos is approved as a member of the Planning Committee, and then all of those elected member nominations be...
Learning heritage.
Yeah, which is just vacant. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Is that all right? Seconder.
Harvey is a mover. Second.
I think Councillor... Posselt. Now, the next item 24 is a motion by myself and Councillor Posselt. I might vacate the chair so that if the deputy can just take this, I can move the motion.
She's out of the chair.
Yeah, we'll move together though. Yeah, if you're happy. Or not, whatever.
So I'd like to move this motion for a seconder. Oh, Councillor Lobo, thank you. This motion is to basically just get some further advice on how we tackle the issue of the protection of trees on private property. Now, I'm aware that we have discussed this previously, but this is a really important issue for us to get our heads around, and this is simply requesting that staff undertake a review of urban and similar councils in Australia that have urban forest rules and policies, and consider who has the best practice approach to protection of trees on private property. At the moment, we still have a fairly old-fashioned model, which is that we have a register of significant trees that is based on a nomination process, which is quite drawn out. We have to employ arborists to go out and check them out and then put them in the planning system. This is quite an unusual approach around the country compared to what many other cities are doing. There are also neighbouring councils like the Kingborough Council that are doing work in this space. So this report will allow us to formally get some information back into the chamber about the Kingborough Council bylaw, how it's going, whether it's been approved, what regulatory issues it's had. So we're really armed with good advice about our next approach to the protection of trees on private land. I appreciate that there's a decision from a year ago saying that we will just do some budgetary and other incentives to try and get people to protect trees, but given the reality that trees are declining on private property, given the reality that we need to increase our urban tree canopy, and this is one of our key strategies for our climate change response, we really do need to ensure we've got the very best and up-to-date information. Now, this report may not come back for a while. It might take till the end of the year. It may then take us a period of time to seek further advice, and then if we actually want to introduce bylaws or approaches, there might be another bit of time ahead. So things do move quite slowly. So this is, I guess, see this as a first step in the process of us ensuring that we are actually, that we're keeping up with regulatory standards, contemporary regulatory practice, contemporary standards of cities nationally for the protection of trees on private land. I just have, myself and Councillor Posselt have a concern that we don't have a best practice, contemporary practice compared to like cities nationally. This report will simply give us better information on which to make some further decisions. It won't, certainly won't bind us into any decisions, but it will just give us the very best information. So that's the nature of the motion, to get that information, to ensure that we are working to protect trees on private property, ensure we're understanding all of the opportunities and barriers and regulatory approaches that are effective in other cities and councils around the country. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt was first to his feet.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Look, I won't go on beyond what Lord Mayor has said. I have obviously authored this with the Lord Mayor in good faith that there are better systems than what we're using currently. But the reason I didn't formally second it is because I would propose two amendments to what is before us after a conversation with Councillor Harvey over the weekend and one after a conversation with Councillor Dutta today. There would be 2 dot points. One would read that the report considers mechanisms of council approval for tree removal on public land, so that there's some form of planning approval that we get to see when our trees are getting cut down. And in addition to that the report will not come back to council until after there's a resolution on the Kingborough one.
Do you going to add that as an amendment, or did you just want to accept that in?
I'm happy to accept it in if we're the authors of the motion.
If the second's happy, that's fine.
So public land in the yeah. What was the one?
Thank you, Deputy. Look, again, I very much appreciate the sentiments. And it's a little bit hard for me to comment because I wasn't around the 28th of August 2023 at the time of that meeting, similar, I guess, to Councillor Kitsos. But look, if a decision is made in August 2023 that us as a council, as an organisation, is going to pursue, and this is coming from the administrative response, but they're going to pursue an incentive-based approach. They then allocate money to do that incentive-based approach. I think we should give time for that incentive-based approach to actually see if it works or not. I feel like a decision was made in August last year. The organisation's now in the process of looking to implement that decision, and then we've got a motion before us which is seeking to circumvent that decision that was made. And look, to add to that, the extra information that's also come through is that, by the way, Kingborough are down this path already, but they're actually in the process of it, and so I appreciate what the outcome is we're trying to get here, but I feel like as an organisation, a decision was made in August to go down the incentive route. We need to see if that bears fruit. In the meantime, we can sit back and watch Kingborough and see if that's a success or not. We don't need to, in the meantime, seek $20,000 worth of external legal advice. I appreciate the intent, but I just think as an organisation, we could come back in a year's time or 18 months' time and we could go, Kingborough went down this path, working great, tick, something to follow. Or Kingborough went down this path, by the way, you would be mad to do it because they've had all sorts of issues, they're stuck in administrative tribunals, etc. And in the meantime, you know what? We've decided in August last year to go with policy. I think we probably should back that policy. And then finally, just a question. With a decision made in August last year, does that mean that tonight this would need the absolute majority?
It's not undoing that decision, sorry.
Yeah, so look, it's not, as the Lord Mayor's just said, we will certainly be intending to continue the council's current decision, the 20,000 around incentive, and obviously if this motion is passed, then obviously we would then seek to doing the report as well. So obviously now with that amendment, that will await the Kingborough process, which is still a little ways off, so it does give a bit of time to do both.
Yeah, look, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we lose nothing by just waiting a year. We can see what Kingborough does. We don't necessarily need the report because we can see if it's successful or not as a model down there. And that'll save us paying all the way 20 grand. So I would encourage you not to support this motion.
A little bit on the same boat as Councillor Coates. I'm glad that the amendment came in regards to Kingborough, because reading the officer recommendation, I think it's silly if we decide to go down a track of doing something where someone else down the road is just doing it. I agree, we've decided to go down the incentive process, and I think that's good that we're continuing that. I think I would support that council officers go down the track of reporting back to us in regards to what's happening at other councils. That's not going to be costly to us. But I just cannot support this if it's going to include a $20,000 legal bill in which we've got to wait for Kingborough, and we can easily find out as much information as we possibly can from other councils. So unless that $20,000 is removed from there at this point in time, until such time we get officer advice in regards to other councils and the Kingborough, I just cannot support it. So I'm going to move an amendment that until such time that the Kingborough report is completed, no legal advice is forthcoming by the council, and the council's officers go down the path of a report based on other municipalities around the country. At least that way that information is there available. Our officers can get all that information, wait for Kingborough report, put it all together, come back to council, and then we can decide whether or not we want to spend $20,000 on legal advice. I'll support it on that basis, and I'll move an amendment of such.
Lord Mayor, would you like to include that, or did you want to have a discussion?
My view would be that we didn't request that legal advice be included. It was more of a literature review of other approach, more of a policy process that we're looking for. So,
can I simplify that, Lord Mayor, if I may? That no legal advice is sought until such time that we've got the Kingborough report and all the information from other municipalities.
I'm happy with that personally.
I'm largely happy with the two, but thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I was just wondering if officers could provide some commentary to the proposal, and I listen with open ears.
Yeah. Listen, we certainly wouldn't be seeking any legal advice until we knew the lay of the land after the Kingborough process, and the 20,000 is proposed. And again, we have to estimate and try to foreshadow what is likely. And if we were to look at what is look at what's happening in other councils, look at what happened at Kingborough. The thought was that we may need legal advice to be properly able to advise you at a later point, but we can certainly, that is the end, that would be at the latter end of the process, so we're more than happy that we can accommodate that and come back to council before there's any legal advice sought. So.
What I'm going to say.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, seconded happy with that.
Yes, no, that is, once again, that's fine.
Okay, so you're sorted. No need for amendment.
So it's been included into the substantive
yeah, that's
motion.
what I'm saying. Yep. Deputy, there's another element of this that I think gets overlooked, and that's how we handle mature gum trees. I guarantee you, every time an arborist looks at a mature gum tree, they say it's dangerous, we should cut it down. And the reason they do that because it is old, and it's got risk associated with it by its very age. But because of its age, it provides valuable habitat, and you want the branches to fall off the tree because that's where the hollows of the future are. And if the trees don't have hollows, they don't have the value that they potentially could have with hollows. So you don't have nesting hollows for birds, nesting hollows for possums, and all the other bugs and insects that lived on, cracked and broken bark and stuff. And the example I refer to is 4 trees that have just been cut down in the last few days at Cornelian Bay. They're in your picture when we're looking at that other, the laydown area. And they're up in the corner of that picture. There's probably 6 or 8 blue gums. The oldest at least 60 years old. They're at least 2 of them are that big. One's been taken down already for no reason. There's branches cut off the other ones, which make the trees, less attractive. They've been sitting there for 60 odd years. I know it's 60 years because there's a sign on one of the tunnels that when the Brooker Highway was, when they built the tunnels under the Brooker Highway, and it says 1957. And there's a whole bunch of blue gums along the other side of the Brooker, and I guess these trees are a similar age to those. The reason they've cut down is because an arborist has said, and I'll read you what the tree had stationed on it. This tree has been assessed by a qualified arborist and recommended for removal. No reason why, but the reason is obvious, because it's old. So therefore we don't want old trees because they're dangerous, branches fall off them. But if you don't have old trees, you don't have habitat in the future. So I'd like to add to this that we need a mature tree policy, so that what we do is we don't cut them down because they're old. What we do is we create a drop zone around the tree. And that drop zone means you take out an area to the drip line of the tree and you put in native vegetation underneath it, and it discourages people from walking under a tree, which is highly unlikely. It's going to fall on someone anyway. Rather than the first response being, it looks old, it's probably dangerous, let's chop the limbs off it. And if you chop the limbs off, then they don't break off naturally, and they don't have all that jagged edge, which ends up becoming hollows for a bird. So I was really disappointed when I saw these trees had been cut down in Cornelian Bay in the last week. And there's another sign on one of them. It's a big tree. It's at least 60 years old, and birds inhabit these trees. It will have hollows because I expect branches to fall off the trees. We live in Australia. That's what gum trees do. And if you don't know that by now, then you've missed, you've missed out on something. But I just feel totally disappointed that these trees were treated like this, that we didn't go for the option of creating a safety zone under the tree, and saying, well, this is a drop zone, and we plant it up. Now, there's a tree in, beautiful old tree in Taroona. And years ago when I saw it, you could walk underneath it. Now it's got a drop zone all the way around it, and it's got a couple of hundred plants planted under this tree. Very old tree, probably a witness tree. I love that bloke on the Mercury that always takes piss out of me for using the witness tree thing. Anyway, however, it's probably a witness tree, and that means it's been around since before white people came. Another example, there's trees at St John's Park that were there when the first baby was buried in the lawn. 600 babies later, that tree was still there.
This is not really relevant, the fact we've got witness trees and trees that have babies being born near them. We're talking about a bylaw motion.
No, I'm talking about...
I'll just make the decision on the point of order if that's okay. I won't be accepting your point of order. I think what Councillor Harvey is trying to establish is his idea about a mature tree policy.
Yes, and the trees at St John's Park have been there for well over 250 years, probably closer to 300 years, Viminalis, white gums. And as soon as I raised the issue of how old these trees were, the very next day, I got a call from someone saying they're cutting them down. Okay, and they cut the top off the tree, then they said these trees are damaged, but they didn't get rid of the evidence because the tops had been left over there and there was no rot in the tops. The reason why is because they parked their cars underneath it. So we need a policy that saves old eucalypts, not encourages us to cut them down because the perception that they're dangerous and they're going to drop limbs, which is what they do when they get old. Like we all lose our hair, they lose their limbs.
Can I seek clarification?
I'll just clarify, just listening to just to try and understand where we're at in terms of the motion that's before us. So obviously the trees on private land is, there's quite a wide brief in terms of what we need to investigate around that. Councillor Passault added the public trees as part of that, which I do think picks up that your issue around
mature gum trees.
Mature, and I've made notes of that to make sure, and obviously there's public record. So I think it's sufficiently covered in that that we can pick that up as part of that investigation around the public trees as part of the motion. So.
If you need any more advice, I'll be chained to a tree tomorrow in Cornelian Bay.
Realise you're an arborist.
Comments. And is there any further discussion?
Sorry, I'll just very quickly wrap up. Just to say thank you. I think it's been a brief but very productive debate. The contributions from Councillor Harvey via Councillor Posselt's amendments were really important, and I didn't know about those issues in our own public land please, so that's really important. And Alderman Zuko's amendment accepted him to not go down the track of legal advice without first doing some of the policy work, I think is also very much appreciated by the movers and the seconder as well. So thanks everyone for your support, and I hope everyone is able to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there's nothing further, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Can we raise your hands, please? All those in favour?
Zuko, Dutta, Kelly, Lohberger, Sos, Purcell, Harvey, and the Lord Mayor and the Deputy. Around the table, I'm seeing Alderman Bloomfield's hand. I think he's sneaking up there. Coates and Elliott.
Okay, item 25 is responses to questions without notice. If someone could move that we receive and note those. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 26 is questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Posselt.
Classic.
Oh,
We're getting further apart too.
Look, I just had a question. I'm just seeking an update on what's happening with the resurfacing of the intersection at Cross Street, Valentine Street and Main Road, Newtown, where we did all that work and created quite a bit of disruption for the businesses, and now it turns out we're going to have to replace the pavers. I'm just wondering what's going on with that particular issue and whether there's any concrete plan been arrived at.
Does anyone want to answer that tonight, verbally?
We'd have to take that on notice, Lord Mayor.
So that one's taken on notice, Councillor Lohberger. Yeah. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question. I just wanted to seek clarification with regards to the Battery Point walkway peer review. Where is it at this stage?
CEO.
Lord Mayor, so it's in its final stages of being reviewed at the moment. So we've received a copy of it and it's being reviewed by officers now. And so it's proposed that it will come to a workshop to present to Council in the near future.
Any other questions? There being none, I will, there is a register of questions arising during debate be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. That brings to a close the open portion of our meeting. Can I get a motion to move into the close? Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. We'll just now ask